Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
And now meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. Well, George Burns has made 2 New Year's resolutions. First, resolve that Gracie's club, the Beverly Hills Uplift Society, shall never hold another meeting in his house. And second, resolve that this year he'll be more romantic and greet Gracie each morning with a kiss.
Oh, sweetie pie. Oh, love bundle. Here's your daddy with a great big kiss. Oh, sugar baby. The little rascal's probably hiding. I wonder if my little doll could be in the living room.
Oh,
no. No. Oh. And I felt so romantic. Gracie, I'd like to see you alone, please.
Oh, I'll be right out.
Well, hurry up.
Oh, girls, every morning since the New Year, George tries to kiss me like Charles Boyer. He calls me his beautiful Gracie. Isn't it clever? He knows how to say my name in French.
Gracie.
Oh, I'll be right there. I'll be right back, girls. Well, all right, dear. I'm ready for my morning kiss.
I'm out of the mood. Gracie, since New Year's, how many times have I told you I didn't want that club of yours meeting in this house?
11. Why?
Because I don't want them here, that's why. I made a New Year's resolution that they couldn't meet here again. Now it's broken.
Well, if it'll make you feel any better, I'll break one of my resolutions, too.
Well, thanks.
Let me see now. Which one shall I break? Don't peel vegetables with your electric razor? No. I broke that yesterday. The razor, too.
Look, just get those women out of here.
But, George, today's meeting is so important. We have to figure some way to raise money.
Raise money? For what?
Well, to get all the birds to stay in Beverly Hills this winter instead of flying south.
Well, how do you do that?
Well, we're going to fill the bird baths with mint juleps.
A great idea and very sound.
Oh, yes. We even took it up with the mayor.
What did he say?
Oh, never mind what he said. But I wish there was somebody higher than the mayor so I could report him.
Report him to Gary Cooper. He's very high, 6'4".
Oh, George.
Yes.
Well, I better get back to the meeting.
What have I done to deserve this? What have I done? Why can't those
Hiya,
women...
George.
Hello, Bill.
Well, gee, what's the matter, George? You look about as happy as a butcher.
The Uplift Society is meeting here again. I just can't get rid of those dames.
You know, George, when women come here, you should put on a very long coat.
Why should I put on a long coat?
Because in this house, you certainly don't wear the pants.
Certainly is very, very clever. I suppose you could break up that meeting.
Sure, easy. There are 2 ways to handle women, George. A, the caveman method, and B, flattery.
Use A. If I ever saw dames who belonged in a cave, those do.
No, George, I think flattery would be better.
Well, okay, but flatter them out of here.
Yeah, all right. Watch this.
I never... Oh, look, it's still a good one. Oh.
Well, girls...
Girls? Bill, don't overdo it.
Ladies, as I look into your faces...
Yeah?
As I look into your faces, I realize how charming, how lovely, how beautiful...
Yeah. Bill, do you think I'll ever be bathing a tiny little bundle of yours?
Well, would you like to, Tootsie?
Oh, yes.
Well, all right, I'll have my laundry at your house in the morning. Now, remember, ladies, well, I'll be going now.
Just a minute, Bill. You're supposed to flatter those women out of here. You call that flattery?
Do you call those women?
All right, Bill's gone, Tootsie. Stop quivering.
Oh.
Now, let's get on with the meeting, girls. We still haven't decided on any way to raise money.
Oh, I
I've got it, Gracie. Why don't we give a lawn party like we did for the Russian War Relief and sell punch?
Well, I'm afraid not, Clara. You know, too many people remember that party, the last one, and it was all my fault.
Oh, now you mustn't blame yourself. We all helped mix the punch.
Well, yes, but I'm the one who thought that vodka was the Russian name for 7-Up.
Well, what about this, Gracie? Why don't we put on a play?
Why, Blanche, that's marvelous. A play is just the thing. I'm just sure there's enough talent in this club. You know, they say any woman can be a great actress if she suffered, and we're all married.
I'm not married, Gracie.
Oh, I know, Tootsie, and we may not be able to use you. You've suffered too much.
What sort of a play should we do, Gracie?
Well, I think a horror play would be nice. There's a lovely one about a doctor who takes a drink and fangs come out of his mouth.
Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
Yeah, that's the one. I had a colored cook once, and her club put it on. Only they called it Dr. Amos and Mr. Andy.
We'd need someone really hideous to take the leading part, wouldn't we?
Yes, we would.
Well, stop looking at me. It makes me nervous.
Oh, well, I think we should get a man to play that part. Maybe one of our husbands can be the monster. It's a wonderful part.
Really? Well, my Harry's just the type for it.
Oh, now I don't know. I think my Frank is much uglier than your Harry.
Well, it may sound like personal pride, girls, but I'm sure my George is more repulsive than either of them.
How can you say such a thing, Gracie? My Harry is knock-kneed.
My George is pigeon-toed.
Well, my Frank has exactly one hair on his chest.
Well, my George hardly has a chest.
Well, I hate to be stubborn, but when my mother first saw Harry, she cried for 3 days.
Well, when my mother saw George, she laughed for a week.
It might interest you to know that my Frank was turned down by 20 girls before I accepted him.
Well, it might interest you to know that Tootsie Sagwell said she wouldn't marry my George if she had the chance.
Did you say that, Tootsie? Yes, I certainly did.
You see?
Well, that settles it, Gracie. Your George certainly gets the part.
Oh, thank you. All right, girls, then it's definitely decided. My husband can have the lead in our club play.
Yeah, that's great. Right.
Oh, well, I'll break the good news to him.
Gracie, haven't those buzzards gone home yet?
George, not so loud. The girls are still in there, and there's a big crack under the door.
Say, there is, isn't there?
Yes.
I wonder if I could get a hose under there and attach it to the exhaust pipe of my car. Then I could leave my motor running.
George Burns, don't you dare. We've only got an A-book.
Yeah, well, that's the only thing that's
Oh,
stopping me.
George, I have some news for you, dear.
You have it?
Yeah. Guess what the girls said you could do?
Yeah, well, they can do the same.
Yeah. Oh, no, George. The Beverly Hills Uplift Society has chosen you for the lead in our play, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
Me?
Yes.
I wouldn't act in a play of theirs if my life depended on it.
But, George, this is a golden opportunity. It may lead to a career in the movies or something.
Oh, don't be silly. Who'd see a play given by that broken-down club?
Well, lots of people. One year, Harry Morton had the lead in our play, and a scout saw Harry and liked him.
Really?
Well, yeah, and look at him now. He's a scoutmaster.
A golden opportunity. Gracie, forget it.
Oh, but it's a wonderful part, George. I can see you now. You're drinking the potion that makes you change from Dr. Jekyll to Mr. Hyde. You gasp. You gurgle. You choke. Your face turns purple. We'll dye your hair yellow for the part.
What?
Well, it'll be so pretty with your purple face. Now the potion is working. You're going mad. You give a blood-curdling laugh.
Stop it. I won't take the part. I wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole. I wouldn't take it if you burned me at the stake. I'll go back in there and tell them that.
Well, all right, George.
Well, Gracie.
Well, he's a little undecided. Now, let's see who gets the female lead. The part Lana Turner played in the picture.
Gracie, I'd make a perfect Lana Turner.
Oh, Tootsie, don't be silly. Lana Turner's a blonde.
Oh, yes, there is that one drawback.
Now, the only way to decide will be for me to audition everyone for the part. Now, all you have to do is give a terrifying scream and then say, "Help, help, he's choking me." Now, who wants to be first?
I do, Gracie.
settle this some way. Oh, I know. We'll let the oldest one start first. Now, who's first? Well, it looks like I'll have to decide who gets the part myself.
Oh, Gracie, I'm the last one in the world to try to influence you, but before you give out the Lana Turner part, I just want you to know that I have a dozen eggs.
Why, Clara Bagley. Shame on you, Clara, for trying to bribe me. You haven't got any butter, have you?
No.
Well, shame on you trying to bribe me. You have to audition like everybody else, Clara. Now, let me hear you scream and then read the line.
Okay.
Oh, Tootsie! Tootsie, stop at this instant.
Oh, gee, I'm awfully sorry, Gracie. It sounded like a mating call, and I answered automatically.
Tootsie, don't let it happen again. Oh, I know what we'll do. We'll all scream together, and the one who does it the loudest gets the Lana Turner part. All right, now. 1, 2, 3, scream! Well, that was delightful. My, such talent. Now we'll try the line. 1, 2, 3, try.
Help! Help! He's choking me! Oh, he's choking me!
Good heavens. Good heavens. What's going on? What's going on?
George, please stop yelling. How can we rehearse with you making all that noise?
Gracie, without a doubt, you women...
We are not, dear, and answer the front door.
All right, and believe me, you are. I'm coming. Well?
Me and my folks heard a lot of screaming over here. You having any trouble, Grandpa?
Grandpa, why, you little...
Don't get tough with me, Grandpa. You ain't such a hard guy, except around the arteries.
Look, will you go? I'm having enough trouble.
Then you're having trouble.
Listen, kid. In a few minutes, I'm going to take a half a dozen women and kill them in cold blood with a big sharp axe.
Gee.
Yeah. So go back and tell your folks I'm having trouble. They'll understand. I see they've had trouble, too. Am I having trouble? We'll be run out of town. Stop it. Everybody is complaining. We'll be the laughing stock of the whole neighborhood.
Oh, well, let them laugh. They laugh at all great actresses. They even laughed at Catherine Cornell.
Catherine Cornell?
Yeah, but look at her now. This year she beat Yale 13-7.
All right, but stop yelling. Gracie, was that a mirage, or did I actually see those women leave?
Well, yes, dear, they went home to rehearse, all except Tootsie.
Yes, I'm going to help Gracie find some things for the play. We need a big knife and some rope and an axe.
Well, I hope you find them and you use them.
Oh, George, you just love this play. And Tootsie's got a marvelous part in it. Tootsie, do your part for George.
That's the part?
Yeah, that's it.
Great part.
Yeah.
The new Betty Davis.
Yeah. In the first act, she rushes out moaning.
She and the whole audience.
Hey, Tootsie, you didn't do that moan very well. Let's hear it again. No, it's not heart-rending enough. Oh, by the way, did you hear that Victor Mature is getting married? That's the moan I wanted. That's it.
Oh, well, gee, I better not lose it. Oh.
Out. Tootsie, go down to the basement and lay that egg.
Yes, and Tootsie, when you're finished, look around for an act.
All right.
Boom!
Oh, George, I'm so happy you're going to play Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
But I'm not.
Oh, you'll be better than Spencer Tracy and Frederick March put together. I always said you were a better actor than either of them. Well, goodbye, dear.
Better actor than Frederick March or Spencer Tracy put together. Ridiculous. Some people don't even think I'm as good. Oh, well, what do they know? Say, if this play was being given by a real company, I'd show them a thing or two. What a job I could do with that Mr. Hyde part. Just ruffle up my hair like this. Pop my eyes. Roll out my cheeks. Let's see how this looks in the mirror. Oh. Hey, so good I scared myself. Now I drink the potion.
Hello, George. Did you get rid of the club?
Bill, don't you notice something different about me? Look. Bill, don't you notice something?
New necktie?
I'm being a fiend. Didn't you see Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde?
Oh, that's what you're doing. Well, sure, I saw it, George. In fact, I was a technical advisor on that picture.
You were what?
Technical advisor.
No, Bill. Sometimes...
Hey, Grandpa.
Are you back again?
Yeah. Did you kill those women like you said?
Yeah. I killed them. I slaughtered them. I did it all with my little hatchet. Now get out of here before I go to work on you.
You see? What did I tell you? Come and get him, officer.
Officer?
Gee, I didn't believe this kid, but I just heard you confess. It don't look good for you, buddy.
Oh, now look, officer. I was just kidding. Do I look like a murderer? They got low foreheads, squinty eyes, and faces like apes.
Yeah, I know. It don't look good for you, buddy.
Bill, will you tell this cop I'm not a criminal? I'm a comedian. Tell him I make people laugh.
Well, George, there's a pretty stiff rap for perjury.
Well, God, will you go? I'll straighten this thing out myself.
Okay, Bluebeard. See you on visiting day.
Gee, Mr. Burns, I've been living next to you for a year now, and I always thought you was a drip.
You did, huh?
Yeah, and now you turn out to be a fiend who murdered 6 women. Could I have your autograph?
Out. Go on, get out. Beat it. Now, officer.
It don't look good for you, buddy. Well, you're practically in a chair. I can see the headlines right now. Burns.
Look, officer, I'm perfectly innocent, and my wife will prove it. Oh, Gracie, will you come down here?
Yes, dear.
Now you'll find out what a chump you are, accusing me of being a fiend.
Oh, George, look what I found for you. An axe to kill Mrs. Morton and a rope to hang Mrs. Bagley. I couldn't find any poison, so you have to kill Tootsie Sagwell with your bare hands.
Go away.
It's starting to don't look good for you, buddy, again.
Who's he, George?
Gracie, don't you see the man is wearing a policeman's uniform?
Oh, you found one, and he's already in costume. He's just the right size to drown in the bathtub. How-do?
How do you drown in the bathtub?
Look, Gracie, this...
Quiet, you. Lady, are you this man's accomplice?
Well, how dare you? We've been married for years.
Look, officer, I'm supposed to be Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, and...
Quiet, you. Look, little lady, suppose you tell me the whole story.
Why, I'd be glad to. Where shall I begin?
At the beginning.
Of course. Why couldn't I think of that? Well, you see, half the time my husband is a monster, and half the time he's a doctor.
Yeah?
Yeah. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, when he's a monster, he hits people over the head with a club. And Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, when he's a doctor, he feels very sorry, so he gives them an aspirin.
And Sunday, I'm an air raid warden.
You see, when he's the monster, all he wants to do is kill women. It's sort of a hobby with him.
Like pressing flowers.
Then the drink wears off, and he's himself again. He sees all these dead women lying around, and he's very embarrassed.
Can't stand an untidy house.
So what does he do with the bodies?
Well, he buries them in the basement.
Ah.
Look, this has gone far enough. There are no bodies in the basement.
Does this door lead to the basement?
Uh-huh.
You know what?
What?
It don't look good for you, buddy.
I know. Look, I've had enough of this. Gracie, get Tootsie up here. I want the policeman to see her.
Oh, Tootsie, come on up here. I want you to meet a man. Where is he?
Well, here you are, officer. Is this woman dead?
Well, she's been dead. I know a haunt when I see one.
Officer, all that's been going on here is a rehearsal for Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. It's a play. A show.
Oh, a play.
A play, yes.
Hey, wait a minute. Did you think my husband was really a murderer?
Well, yeah,
Well,
but...
how dare you? And you thought he'd keep the basement full of women? My goodness, if he did that, I wouldn't have room for my pickled peaches. My dear. Now you get out of here. Why, my sweet little Georgie wouldn't hurt a fly. And believe me, if he ever does kill anybody, you won't get our business. Goodbye. Why, George. The nerve of him thinking you look like a fiend. Well, come on, dear. You've got to rehearse your part.
Gracie, I'm not going to do Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Let Harry Morton be the monster, or Frank Bagley.
Oh, but, George, you know how little money our club has.
Well?
Well, if one of them does it, we'll have to buy makeup.
Well, what a day. Now I can sit down and read cowboy love tales. Listen to this, Gracie. Oklahoma Tex found himself miles from civilization, without no horse and no food. Quickly, he shot a buffalo and roasted it. Never had Tex...
Well, what did he do with the fat, George?
The what?
The fat. You know, the government needs fat to make bullets and bombs, and Tex should take it to the butcher.
But Tex has no horse.
We'll let him ride on the buffalo.
I'll tell him to shuffle off. Yeah.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
And now meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie.
Well, it's morning at the Burns home, a very special morning. And we find Gracie upstairs talking to her little duck Herman while she puts on her most charming and alluring negligee.
Well, Herman, do you know why Mama's getting all dressed up this morning? Well, it's my wedding anniversary. It was on this day that I married your daddy, George. I could have married the banker's son, but I picked George instead. Oh, Herman, you mustn't feel that way. Daddy George is a wonderful man, and I love him better than anybody in the world. Oh, don't cry, baby. I mean, I love him better than anybody in the world that doesn't have feathers. Oh, Herman, I'll never forget my wedding day. I was all dressed in white and the organ was playing. Da 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 Oh, our wedding anniversaries are such fun. George always takes the package out of his pocket, and I always say, for me? And he always says, yes, darling. And I always say, I wonder what could be in it as I unwrap the perfume. Well, I better hurry down. George will be so thrilled when he sees my new negligee. Well, George, how do I look?
You better go and put some clothes on. You catch cold.
Well, George, don't you know what it means when a wife puts on her nicest negligee?
Yeah, too lazy to get dressed.
George Burns, do you know what day this is?
Sure, Tuesday.
Yes, but it's January 19th.
Oh, sure. Gosh, I'm getting absent-minded.
Oh, I knew you'd remember.
Of course. This is the day I go to the barber shop to get my scalp treatment. But, sweetheart, it's not that bad. I'm just a little thin on top. I've got plenty of hair left.
I don't care how much hair you've got left. You couldn't be any more of a beast if you were an ape.
Hey, what's going on here? What is it?
Come in. Gracie, darling. Tootsie Sagwell. Is something wrong?
Darned if I know. She's all excited because I'm losing a little hair.
Now, Gracie, stop crying. What's the matter?
Oh, my husband doesn't love me anymore, Tootsie. My marriage is going on the rocks.
Oh, is that all? I thought someone had stolen all your butter.
But George forgot our wedding anniversary today.
Oh, that's nothing. Lots of husbands do that.
Well, Papa's never forgotten his anniversary. The minute he sneezes in the morning, he runs out and gets Mama a present.
The minute he sneezes?
Uh-huh. Their wedding anniversary falls on the same day his hay fever starts.
Oh, but you see, George hasn't anything to remind him, Gracie. He hasn't got hay fever.
I know. Isn't it awful?
Oh, George doesn't appreciate you. But just let some other man flirt with you and see how jealous he'll get. Huh? Gracie,
That's an idea. I'll make him jealous.
Oh, but I couldn't flirt with another man, Tootsie. When I married George, I made up my mind that romance was over for me.
Now, look, Gracie, suppose I get a date and go out with you and George, and then my date will flirt with you.
Oh, but I don't want to even lead him on.
You don't have to. Any man who goes out with me always flirts with the other girl.
Well, I guess a double date would be all right. I'll try anything to make George love me again.
Good. Oh, look who's running up the walk. Just the man for my half, Bill Goodwin. Oh, but he won't go out with me.
Well, maybe I can fix it, Tootsie.
Hiya, Gracie.
Oh, hello, Bill.
Hello, Tootsie.
Hello, Bill.
Tootsie, calm down. You get excited when you just hear a pair of pants.
Well, I tell you, I'm kind of out of breath from doing my road work. You see, I got the idea from my pal, Brian Donlevy. He lives just down the street. You know, Briney and I were in Wake Island together. I always call him Briney.
What does he call you?
Sam. He never can remember my name.
Gracie, ask about the date.
Oh, yes. Bill, would you like to have a blind date tonight?
No, I like him sober.
Oh, no. I don't mean that. This girl is crazy about you, Bill.
Well, is she beautiful?
She's friendly.
Is she beautiful?
Well, she's a good sport.
Gracie, is she beautiful?
Oh, sure. She's very seductive.
Really? Well, I better get on with my road work if I want to be like Brian Donlevy.
Oh, wait, Bill. How about that blind date?
Yeah.
Gracie, are her initials by any chance T. Sagwell?
Well, yes.
Well, forget it, Gracie. The date may be blind, but I'm not. Goodbye.
There goes our double date. All he's interested in is looking like Brian Donlevy. Gracie, Brian Donlevy.
Where?
I mean, he's just the man to make George jealous.
Oh, well, do you think I
Girl
should?
still in the huddle. What's so interesting?
Well, George, if a certain husband neglected a certain wife, do you think that certain wife should make that certain husband jealous so he'll sit up and take notice?
Well, I certainly do. Is the wife pretty?
Oh, she's very pretty.
Well, bring her over. I'll make her jealous.
Brian Donlevy's house must be right around here somewhere, Gracie.
Yes, Bill said. Oh, there it is, across the street. See, there's Mr. Donlevy in the yard skipping rope.
Oh, yes. Oh, he's got nothing on but his shorts. Isn't he gorgeous?
Well, I don't think he's as pretty as George. George has such nice, smooth arms. But look at those things on Mr. Donlevy.
What?
Those big bumps. I think they call them muscles.
Well, some people think they look nice on a man. Come on, let's make the date.
Oh, wait, Tootsie. You know, maybe it's my fault George doesn't love me anymore. Maybe I'm not as attractive as I used to be.
Oh, don't be silly. I'll bet if you went over and flirted with Brian Donlevy, you'd find out how attractive you are.
But, Tootsie, I'm married, and George is a very sweet husband. I'm sure if I'd met him sooner, he'd have given me the best years of his life.
But, Gracie, you'd be doing it for George's sake.
Well, all right. I'll go over and flirt with Brian Donlevy, but it's certainly an odd way to make a husband happy. Oh, gee, I hope I'm still attractive.
Well, good luck, Gracie.
Oh, hello.
Hello. Aren't you Brian Donlevy?
Yep. What's the matter? You got something in your eye?
No, I'm winking at you. I'm a flirt.
You're a flirt. Oh, a flirt.
Yeah. You know, it's sort of a young vampire.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you think I'm cute?
as a matter of fact, you are. A little direct, but cute.
Well, do you really think I'm cute?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you were standing on a corner and I passed by, would you say...
Oh, no, I'm much too well bred. But I might murmur.
Oh, thank goodness. Do it again. Oh, you don't know what music that is to my ears.
Do you have a name, or do I just whistle for you?
No. My name is Gracie Brine. Oh, come on, let's flirt some more.
All right. Well, I've told you how much I like you. You haven't said what you think of me.
Oh, Brine, must you ask as you stand there with your muscles gleaming in the sun?
Hey, now, let's not talk shop.
I saw you in Wake Island, Brine, and you were adorable.
Thanks. Whenever I play a Marine, I try to make him as adorable as possible.
Oh, dear, now you're angry with me. Oh, sure, you wouldn't be losing your temper with a pretty little Irish colleen now, would you?
Why shouldn't I? Well, now, what's this? You'll not be after telling me you're a lass from the owl country.
Oh, sure, and don't I look it?
Faith, and that you do.
Oh, sure, and that's because I am.
Faith, and now are you?
Oh, sure, and I am.
Faith.
Sure.
Tell me now, Colleen, what part of the old sod are you after hailing from?
San Francisco.
Oh. No, that isn't the old country, my girl. I'm from Independence, Missouri.
Oh, you know, Brian, I like you.
Thanks.
Would you care to go out on a double date tonight?
Faith, in that Oh, pardon me. Yes, I'd be very happy to, Gracie.
Oh, good. Meet me in my house at 8 o'clock. It's a big white one on the corner.
All right, that's a date.
Swell. Oh, Brian.
Yep.
Once more.
What? Oh.
Oh, goodbye. Isn't it exciting, George? I know we'll have lots of fun double dating with Brian Donlevy. He'll be here in a few minutes.
Gee, that's swell.
Jealous, dear?
Of course not.
Oh. Mr. Donlevy is awfully nice. So strong and handsome.
Yeah, he certainly is.
Jealous, dear?
No, why should I be?
Oh. Well, would you be jealous if he made eyes at me tonight?
Why should he make eyes at you? He's got a date of his own.
Yeah, but he might think I'm cute. Lots of people think so. Is there anybody in this room who thinks so? Not counting me?
I do, and let's have less of the silly talk.
Oh, that must be Mr. Donlevy now. You entertain him, dear, while I run up and powder my nose.
Okay. Hello, come on in, Mr. Donlevy.
Thanks.
I'm George Burns, the other end of this double date.
Oh. Well, pleased to meet you, Mr. Burns. Hey, I hope you're doing as well tonight as I am. Have I got a date with a swell dish?
Well, have yourself a time.
Thanks.
You don't have to be embarrassed in front of me.
Well, hey, who's your date?
My wife.
Oh.
Oh, but she's plenty cute.
Just wait till you see this cute little Irish girl I'm taking out. Oh, brother.
That's a coincidence. My wife's Irish, too.
Yeah? Say, are we going to have some fun tonight?
You said it's going to be murder.
Say, George, what's the best way to make progress with a Colleen? Flattery?
No, that's too slow for the Irish.
Yeah?
Take my advice and move right in.
Oh. Wait a minute. You mean I should step right up and say, how about a kiss?
Say nothing.
Huh?
Just grab her, pick her up, and smack her. She'll love it.
Grab her, pick her up, and smack her right here?
Sure, don't mind me. I'm regular.
Okay, Burns, thanks for the tip.
Well, hello, boys. Here I am.
Gee, you look cute.
Yeah, what'd they tell you?
Hey, kid. Hey. What is that? What does this mean? You cut that out. You put my wife down.
Jealous, dear?
You're jealous?
When Brian Donlevy discovered that Gracie was a married woman, he grabbed his hat and started running.
Oh, wait, Mr. Donlevy, please. I don't want you to go.
Yeah, but your husband does. And so do I, and that makes a 2/3 majority. And thanks for a peculiar evening.
Oh, look, you just can't run away like this. What about your date?
Now, look, you're cute, but you're married. A wife is supposed to be a comfort to her husband in his old age, so go on back in the house and comfort him.
Oh, well, I suppose I'll have to tell you the whole truth.
What?
You see, my husband has been neglecting me. Today he even forgot our wedding anniversary, and I wanted you to make him jealous. Oh, won't you help me?
Oh, well, what sort of act do you want me to put on?
Oh, not too much. Just keep saying how cute and sweet I am.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to ask any man to tell a lie.
Oh, of course not.
And make him mad enough to fight over me.
Oh.
Oh, only please be careful when you do. You know, you're sort of brutal and he's sort of brittle.
Well, I tell you what we do, Gracie. I'll try it. Who knows? It might be fun, huh?
Oh, thanks. Right this way.
Okay.
Gracie, you better explain why... Oh, you brought him back with you, huh?
It was my own idea, Mr. Burns. I came back to offer you an apology.
I accept it. Good night.
You see, the whole thing was a mistake. Now, if I'd known she was your wife, I'd never have kissed this gorgeous, exciting, desirable little girl.
What?
Well, at least not with you in the room.
Now, see here, Donlevy.
Any man might have kissed your wife's delectable, maddening ruby lips, but only a heel would have enjoyed it.
You said it.
So I want to apologize for being a heel.
Oh. Well, hiya, folks. I just dropped into... Well, I'll be doggone. Look who's here. My old pal, my old buddy. Hello, Briney.
Oh, hello, Sam.
He never could remember my name.
Bill, can I see you alone a minute?
Oh, sure. Excuse me, Briney. What's on your mind, George?
Your pal Donlevy is flirting with Gracie, and I want you to throw him out.
Throw out Brian Donlevy?
Yeah. You look as husky as he does.
Well, I know, George, but he got his muscles from exercise. I got mine from Hart, Schaffner, and Marx.
Bill, you've just got to get rid
Now,
of...
wait a minute. There is a way I can throw him out, George. Jiu-jitsu.
Jiu-jitsu?
Yeah, I'll get him to shake hands with me, and then, boom, I'll toss him over my shoulder.
Well, that's great. I'll hold the door open.
Okay, George. Watch this. Well, so long, Briney. I hope we work together in another picture sometime.
I hope so, Sam.
Shall we shake hands on it?
Sure.
Briney.
What?
Your hand, it's all rough and red.
Yeah?
Bill, I would like to see some jiu-jitsu. You know, over the shoulder.
Oh, yeah.
Boom,
Jiu-jitsu?
boom. Out.
Oh, okay. Boom. Watch this, George. Well, so long, Briney. Put her there.
Well, that takes care of that.
Gee, if I knew that was Bill, I'd have waved to him as he flew by.
Yeah? Well, let me see. Where were we?
Oh, you were talking about my eyes, remember?
Oh, yeah.
You were telling me how beautiful they are.
Was I?
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah. Of course I was. Oh, your eyes are thrilling, Gracie. They're limpid pools of loveliness. Blue as a tropic lagoon. Mysterious, compelling, irresistible.
Well, they're brown, but you got everything else right.
Oh, Gracie, the color is a mere detail.
Oh, well, of course. Jealous, dear?
Yes, I am. Now, look here, Donlevy. You say one more thing like that to my wife and we'll step outside and fight.
Okay, Gracie, I'd like to take you in my big, strong arms and crush you to me. And then I'd smother you with kisses.
You would? I mean, you would. George, are you going to stand for that?
No, sir. Donlevy, you say one more thing like that to my wife and we step outside and fight.
Okay. Gracie. You know we were meant for one another. Gracie, leave your husband and fly away with me.
Donlevy, you say one more thing like that to my wife and we step outside.
George, that's the third thing he said. Aren't you going to fight?
Well, all right. Come on outside, Donlevy.
Okay.
Let's fight.
Okay. Thought you'd never get at it.
Oh, good. I'm going to be fought over. Isn't it thrilling? You know what I always say? A fair heart ne'er won. So thanks, lady.
Yeah, I'll always remember that.
Let's go, Burns. Will you pardon us, Gracie?
Oh, well, of course. And may the best may George win.
Yeah. Come on.
Well, okay, Donlevy. Put up your hands. I'm ready for you.
George, you're supposed to close your fists.
Really?
Yeah.
All right. What do I do now?
Look, George, I'm not going to fight with you. This whole thing was cooked up by Gracie just to make you jealous.
What? The things that dame gets me into.
Well, it's your own fault. Now, you've been neglecting her, George. You haven't been romantic enough.
Well, I
And
guess...
there's only one way to square yourself. You've got to beat me up.
Huh. Must be an easier way than that.
Well, no, George. I mean, we'll just fake it, you know? I'll tell you what we'll do now. We'll beat our chests, and I'll yell like you're murdering me. On second thought, I think we'd both better beat my chest.
Well, never mind. I'll just beat my own chest. Let's go.
All right. Oh! All right. That's enough, hero. You'd better open the door. No, don't hit me anymore, mister. Please don't hit me. I'll be good.
Well, have a care that you are, my man. Now go before I flash you within an inch of your life.
Yes, sir, Mr. Burns. Yes, sir.
Oh, my hero.
Oh, shucks, it wasn't anything.
Oh, you do love me. You even fought for me. And I know you'll never forget our anniversary again.
A what?
Well, today is January the 19th, our anniversary.
You're crazy. Our anniversary's October 4th.
Oh, my goodness, that's right. Oh, January 19th is Mama's birthday.
Oh, no! Gracie, you get me into the darndest messes. This didn't turn out so badly. But suppose Brian Donlevy gave me a black eye.
I put a flounder on it.
Put a flounder on my eye?
Oh, it's Meatless Tuesday, dear.
Oh, yeah, no steak.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
And now meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. Who were your ancestors? Were they famous? Let us trace your family tree and find out. Well, that's the way the ad in the newspaper read. And, of course, Gracie clipped the coupon, unknown to George.
George, did you ever have your family history traced?
My family history?
Sure, you can't tell. Maybe there was somebody in your family who amounted to something.
Thanks, kid.
Did you ever have any famous relatives?
Well, I told you about my Uncle Charlie.
Oh, yeah, but I mean really famous. Not just a man who was known as the squarest bookie in Philadelphia.
What's all this sudden interest in my family?
Oh, nothing. It's just something a wife should know. Didn't I tell you all about my family before we got married?
Yeah, and I married you anyway.
Oh, George. I just thought some of your ancestors might have been famous, that's all. Like maybe you're descended from Robert Burns, one of America's greatest poets.
Gracie, you mean the fellow who wrote Coming Through the Rye?
Yes.
He was Scotch.
Oh, was he? I never can remember whether he was a Scotch poet who wrote about rye or an American poet who wrote about Scotch.
Well, Robert Burns was a Panatella, and I'm going into the library and smoke one.
Oh, all right, dear. But don't drop any ashes. We're having company tonight.
Tonight?
Yes.
Oh, gee, I was going to a concert tonight with the fellas. You know how we all love good music.
George, the last time you went to a concert with the boys, I found the ticket stubs in your pocket the next day.
Oh, you did?
Yes. Tell me, what does Tassel's Latour play? Does she play the piano or the violin?
Tassel?
Yes.
Oh, well, she just kind of walks around.
Well, there'll be no more of that from now on.
No.
One of those concert artists is liable to fall off the runway and hurt you.
Look, sweetheart, I don't care anything about the show. I just go to watch Paul Whiteman. He gets such a kick out of it. Can I go? What do you say, dear?
Don't drop any ashes on the floor.
I say.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Postman.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns. Here's a letter for you. It's a glorious day, isn't it?
Oh, yes, indeed. How are you feeling today, Mr. Postman?
The same as every other day, Mrs. Burns. Just bursting with health.
That's nice. You certainly look well.
Oh, yes. But anyone who exercises regularly can become the same physical specimen I am.
Well, if you'll pardon me, Mr. Postman, I'm very anxious to read my letter. I see it's from Professor Henning's Genealogical Institute.
Really? That's a coincidence because I sent away and had them look up my family tree, too.
Oh, did you?
Yes. The only thing I know about my ancestors is that they came from Wales.
They did? I'll bet they're wonderful swimmers.
Oh, Mrs. Burns, you say such funny things. I just have to laugh.
Well, I'm anxious to read this letter, Mr. Postman, so I'll see you tomorrow.
Goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
Oh, I'm so excited. Now I can learn all about George's family background. Dear Madam, we take pleasure in informing you that your husband, Mr. George Burns, is the direct descendant of an ancient Scottish king. This report... Oh, my goodness, a king. George is a king.
Hiya, Gracie. Where's George?
Oh, Bill, a most wonderful thing has happened.
What?
I've just discovered that George has royal blood.
Well, say, that is wonderful. Didn't know the kid had any.
Oh. I'm not joking, Bill. It's true. Professor Henning's Institute says that George is a Scottish king. And it only cost me 50 cents.
Well, you certainly got your 4 bits worth.
Yes. Now George and I are perfectly mated. There's some royal blood in my family, too, you know.
Oh, really?
Oh, sure. When Mama was a girl, she was chosen queen of the annual Spring Onion Festival.
Well, gee, just think of George Burns taking his place with famous kings like Louis XIV, King of France, Richard the Lion-Hearted, King of England, Swan the Suds and Whiz, King of Soaps.
Oh, Bill. I don't believe there ever was a king with a name like that.
Like what?
Richard the Lion-Hearted.
Why, Gracie, Richard the Lion-Hearted took the throne of England back in 1189. I remember the date because it was just exactly 752 years before the introduction of Swan, the new white floating soap that's purer than the finest Castiles.
Well, tell me some more about Richard the Lion-Hearted, Bill. You know, I think I'll pick a name like that for George. Like, George the Tiger-Lunged. Or, George the
How about George the Chicken Livered?
Oh, yeah. He'll sound like an hors d'oeuvre. Tell me more about Richard the Lion-Hearted.
Well, I tell you, Gracie, he was a great fighter and a great eater. You see, they say that he could eat an entire side of beef at one sitting.
Well, that was possible in those days.
Oh, hello, Bill.
Oh, greetings, Your Majesty.
Hi, Highness.
Huh?
Is there anything you wish, sire?
Who, me?
May I fetch you a goblet of 7-Up?
Now, what's this?
Gracie, His Majesty looks perplexed.
Well, all right, the joke's over now. What's this all about?
Oh, I've got the nicest surprise for you, dear. You're a king.
A king?
Yes.
Well, that's nice. Look,
Oh,
Gracie.
George, I set away for your family tree, and there was a Scotch king growing on it.
Gracie, what have you started now?
Oh, but George is wonderful. Just think from now on you'll be his Grace and I'll be her Gracie.
Gracie, I don't care what those people wrote you. I'm telling you for the 50th time I'm not a king. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Majesty.
And stop calling me Your Majesty.
Yes, Your Highness.
And don't call me Your Highness either.
Yes, Your Kingship.
Look, sweetheart, I'm not a king.
Well, your ancestors were. And you know what I always say? Blood is thicker than,
Water.
what?
I said blood is thicker than water.
Well, of course it is. What's so wonderful about that?
Never mind. Forget it. Forget it.
Oh, did your loving subject say something to offend His Majesty?
Look, will you please stop?
Well, if I did, you have the right to banish me from your kingdom.
Gracie.
But you better not banish me further than Pasadena. We've only got 3 gallons of gas.
Look, for the last time, I'm trying to... Come in.
Are you the party who called me on the phone?
Oh, yes. Go right in the next room and get started.
Okay, Lenny.
Who's that?
A carpenter. I've got a little job for him to do. And when he's through with that one, I'm going to have him carve the Burns coat of arms on the front door.
There's no Burns coat of arms.
Well, I'm making one. You know, the coat of arms denote what the head of the house is famous for.
Look, Gracie.
If he's a brave knight, he has 2 lances crossed.
Yes, but...
If he's a brave hunter, he has 2 guns crossed.
Yes, but...
Yours is going to be beautiful. I'm crossing 2 cigars.
Yes, I'm a very brave smoker. Now, Gracie, stop this foolishness. I'm not a king. I'm not a king. I'm not a king.
You are, too.
Oh,
here comes your little son, the Crown Prince.
don't call that darn duck my son.
Herman, Mama has a marvelous surprise for you. Do you know what your Daddy George is? You do? Herman, he is not.
Oh, fine.
Your Daddy George is a king. A king. That's a man who's stronger and smarter than other men, and everybody bows down to him. Oh, now, Herman, that's no way for a crown prince to act.
Crown Prince. I'd like to see him sitting on a throne of mashed potatoes. Go on, go on, go on.
Boys, I mean, Your Majesty, please.
Now, look, Gracie, I'm getting out of here before I go stark raving crazy.
Oh, Your Majesty, would you stop at the bakery and get me a half a dozen poppy seed rolls? My kings are temperamental. Well, I'd better see how the carpenter is doing. Well, how's the work going, carpenter?
Oh, fine, lady. I done just like you told me. Nailed one of the dining room chairs on a pedestal 2 feet high.
Oh, good.
Hey, what's the idea? So your little boy can reach a table?
Oh, no. When my little boy wants to reach the table, he just flies up there.
Your son can fly?
Well, of course. He's nearly 2 years old. He'd be pretty backward if he couldn't fly by now.
Holy gee, I got a kid that old who can't even walk yet.
Well, give him time. Say, that chair does look nice, though. Oh, I know my husband will be delighted with it.
Oh, it's for your husband?
Uh-huh.
He's a midget?
Oh, no. You see, this chair is going to be his throne. He happens to be a king.
Oh, a what?
A king.
And that, of course, makes you a queen.
Oh, yes, naturally.
And your son, he's sort of a flying prince.
Oh, that's very good.
Yeah, well, I guess I better be going, Queen. Goodbye.
Oh, but I haven't paid you for the job yet.
Oh, don't bother. I probably only spend the money anyway. Goodbye.
Oh, no, wait. Wait, here comes my husband. I know you're dying to meet him. Hello, dear.
Hello.
Dear, this is Mr.
Brown, Harry Brown. How do you do, your imperialism?
Out. Go on, get out. Imperialism. Gracie, I've had about all I can stand of this thing. People on the street are staring at me like I'm some kind of a freak. What did you do? Phone everybody in town about this?
Well, George, on my word, I only mentioned it to 2 people, the Times and the Examiner.
Well, this tops everything you've ever done. You've made me the laughing stock of this whole town.
Oh, well, let them laugh. They laughed at all great kings. Julius Caesar, Frederick the Great, Henry VIII. They even laughed at William of Orange. But if he hadn't invented them, where would the state of California be?
I don't want to hear any more about it. I'm going up to my room.
Oh, very well, Your Highness.
Stop calling me Your Highness. Of all the ridiculous, idiotic stunts she's ever pulled. I'm almost sorry I didn't marry the Adagio dancer from Scranton after all. Fine king I am. Can't even go to a show when I want to. Say, wait a second. A king can do no wrong, can he? How about that?
Oh, George,
hello, Queen. How's every little thing?
Oh, aren't you mad at me anymore?
Oh, no. My Majesty has been thinking things over. If I'm a king, I'm a king, that's all.
Well, sure.
And a king can do no wrong, right?
Right.
Good. Now, about going out with the fellas tonight to see Tassel's Latour. I think my royal self needs a little diversion.
Oh, well, then by all means go, Your Majesty. Who am I to tell a great king what to do?
Well, hallelujah. Long may I rule. Boy, this is the life.
Is Your Majesty quite contented?
Oh, yes. Everything is lovely.
Would Your Majesty care for another cigar?
Oh, no. The two I'm smoking now are fine.
Is that pillow comfortable for your royal head?
Oh, yes.
Is that footstool comfortable for your royal feet?
Oh, sure.
Is that chair comfortable?
Yes, everything is comfy. Ah, boy, this is the life. A king can eat what he pleases, do what he pleases, go where he pleases. Like, say, to a show with the fellows, huh?
Well, of course, sire.
Oh, boy, this is the life.
Would Your Majesty care to partake of a light snack? There's a T-bone steak in the royal icebox.
Steak? How did you manage to get a steak from the butcher?
Oh, it was no trouble. The Count was delighted to let me have one.
The butcher is a count?
He is now. I made him a count in exchange for the steak.
I see what you mean.
Oh, yes, I knighted him. It was a lovely ceremony. He knelt down and I tapped him on the head with a cleaver.
Must have been pretty.
Oh, yes. I also got a tin of coffee from the Marquis of A&P.
Well, that's nice.
And a quarter of a pound of butter from the Earl of Safeway.
Don't tell me that you haven't made somebody a baron.
No, not yet. But it'll either be Baron Magnan or Baron Bullock, whichever one gets nylons in first.
Well, I guess I'll go upstairs and start dressing. How soon will the tailor be through pressing my suit?
Oh, your suit's been back here for 20 minutes.
Really? Say, that's quick service.
Oh, yes, Lord Goldfarb brought it over himself.
Him too, huh?
Oh, he was thrilled when I made him a lord.
Really?
He said it was the only way he could think of that his wife could become a lady.
Well, I'm glad she finally made it. Well, farewell, my queen. I'm going upstairs and shave my royal kisser.
Yes, Your Majesty.
I'm expecting Count Goodwin and Sir Fatso Whiteman any minute. So, tell the boys to wait.
Very good, Your Majesty.
By the way, Goodwin doesn't think that you'll let me go out tonight. So straighten him out on that, Queenie. My imperial self will re-imperial in a few minutes. I'm sitting on top of the world.
Oh, I do wish he weren't going to see that show with the boys. Still, that Tassel's Latour is royalty, too. She's advertised as the Queen of Quiver.
Hello, Gracie.
Oh, hello, Bill. Say, about George going out with you tonight.
Oh, now, Gracie, please let George go with Paul and me. He's been looking forward to this for weeks. You don't appreciate what a thrill he gets when the curtain goes up and there we are on the stage. What did you say?
Tassel's Latour.
Well, then you know where we're going tonight.
Oh, sure.
Well, Gracie, why'd you go to all that trouble to make a dope out of me?
It wasn't much trouble, Bill.
Oh, thanks. Well, then you don't object to George going, huh?
Well, I couldn't object. George is a king.
Oh, I see.
George thought I didn't know he goes to burlesque shows, but he never fooled me.
Oh, really? Well, what gave you the tip-off?
Well, I came home one day, and when I took off my hat and coat, he applauded.
Yeah, that was a little suspicious, I
But
think.
he's free to do anything he likes now. A king can do no wrong.
Gee, that's pretty soft. I suppose he'll be staying in bed every morning till 10 o'clock.
Well, why should being a king make him get up 2 hours earlier?
Oh, pardon me.
Come in. Oh, hello, Mr. Postman. Aren't you working awfully late?
This is a social call, Mrs. Burns. I thought you might be interested in what those family tree people told me.
Oh, you got yours too, huh? Are you descended from a long line of mailmen?
No, Mrs. Burns. I'm descended from Ivan the Terrible.
But that makes you a king, too. George isn't the only one.
Oh, no. Everybody in the neighborhood who sent in 50 cents turned out to be a king.
No.
Yes, I think those family tree people are dishonest, if you'll pardon such vigorous language.
Oh, how awful.
I just thought you ought to know about it. Well, good night, Mrs. Burns.
Bill, did you hear that? We may not be royalty at all. And all those titles I gave out. Now I'll have to unlord the tailor and discount the butcher.
Oh, now, Gracie, take it easy. I'm sure George is a king, and he can prove it as soon as he gets back from the show. Hurry up, George.
Hi, kids.
Oh, hello, Paul. George will be ready in a minute.
Oh, Paul, did you hear what happened? I sent away 50 cents for George's family tree, and now
I sent away for that thing myself.
Oh, and are you a king, too?
No, I just sent him a quarter. I'm only a lousy duke.
Now I know it's a fake. George isn't a king at all. I'm going to investigate this.
Oh, yes, Gracie, by all means investigate it first thing tomorrow morning. Hurry up, George.
Ah, greetings, my faithful subjects. You may hold the door open, my queen. His Majesty is ready to mingle with the common people.
Get away from that door, George Burns.
Have a care, my good woman. This is no way to address a king.
You're no king.
Huh?
Sit down.
Oh, yes, dear.
You're staying home with me.
Yes, dear.
And take one of those cigars out of your mouth.
Yes, dear.
You made up this whole thing just so you could see Tassel's Latour.
I made it up?
Yes. You better go into the kitchen and look at the curtains. They've got the only tassels you're going to see tonight. George, would you take this can of waste kitchen fat down to the butcher?
Oh, I'll be glad to.
You know, the government needs waste fats to make bombs and bullets.
Oh, sure. I'll be glad to take it, Gracie. And if I don't come back in an hour or two, don't worry.
No, I won't. I took that ticket out of your pocket.
I'll be back in 10 minutes.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
And now meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. Well, it's early morning at the Burns home, and all three of the Burnses are still sound asleep. There's Papa Burns. And Baby Burns. And Mama Burns.
Oh, Tyrone, do you really think so?
Huh? What? Oh. Gosh, it's cold. Every morning since our maid quit, it's the same thing. Get up in a cold house and go fix the furnace. Oh, well, somebody has to do it. Gracie, wake up. It's time for you to fix the furnace.
Oh, ho. Good morning, George. Herbert, wake up there. It's morning. Oh. Good morning, darling. Now say good morning to your daddy.
Gee, he's cute. I could just eat him up. In fact, I think
You
I'm
now,
going
George,
to eat him.
that's no way to talk.
All right. Well, you better get up and fix the furnace, dear.
Oh, I don't have to this morning. We have a maid to do that.
A maid? You mean Minnie is back?
Oh, no.
I thought maybe Lockie dropped her option. Imagine having a maid again.
Oh, yes, isn't it wonderful? We're going to have breakfast in bed this morning.
Really?
Yes. You know, when I was a girl, I went to a hospital once for 3 weeks just so I could have breakfast in bed every morning.
And you weren't sick?
No, but I kept insisting I had a pain in my side. And did the doctors fall for it? Imagine. They even took out my appendix.
And you sure put one over on them.
Yeah, I know. Well, ring for the maid, dear. The bell's right alongside your bed.
Okay. Okay. I can't believe we finally got a maid.
You'll be surprised when you see her. Oh, good morning, Tootsie.
Oh, did Madam ring?
Oh, no. Don't tell me Tootsie Sagwell is the maid.
Sure. Is breakfast ready, Tootsie?
Uh-huh. I'll bring it up as soon as the coffee cools off.
As soon as it cools off.
Yes, those tin cans get so hot you can't pick them up off the stove.
All right, Gracie. You better explain why Tootsie is in this house pretending to be a maid.
Well, it's part of our plan, George.
What plan?
The Beverly Hills Uplift Society give each other a boost in the crisis plan.
Might have known that silly club of yours was involved.
Well, it's a marvelous idea.
I'll bet.
Well, you know it's almost impossible to get help now, so the members are going to take turns being each other's servants.
Only a genius could think up an idea like that.
Oh, please, Judge, you're making me blush.
Oh, I say.
Now, take our laundry arrangement. I do Mrs. Taylor's laundry at her house, and she does mine here.
Well, that saves you both a lot of work.
Well, of course.
Yeah.
And all you have to do is carry our washing machine back and forth.
That's all I have to do?
Sure. She doesn't live so far from us, and it's all downhill all the way to her house.
And uphill all the way back.
You never made the trip, George. You're just guessing.
Yeah. I'm just guessing.
Breakfast is served, madame. Shall I place it on the table?
Hey, look out for that footstool.
Oh. I think I tripped.
Oh. Well, don't feel bad, Tootsie. I asked for breakfast in bed, and that's where you put most of it.
Look at this mess.
Oh.
Coffee, eggs, butter, bacon in our bed.
Yeah, aren't we lucky? Most people haven't even got it in their icebox.
Yeah, we're very lucky.
I'm sorry, Gracie. I didn't mean to do it.
All right. Stop cackling, even if you are the only hen who ever laid a fried egg on a blanket.
Well, never mind, Tootsie. Just go down and start all over again.
She'll do nothing of the kind. If you want to cook that badly, I'll hire one.
But, George, if you do that, what will happen to the Beverly Hills Uplift Society give each other a boost in the crisis plan?
Just clean up this mess. I'm going down and get a cook. Tomato juice all over my pajamas. Wish that Tootsie Sagwell would get drafted. But I guess her face will always be in 4F.
Hi, George.
Oh, good morning, Bill.
I just dropped by to... Say, you certainly like to brag, don't you?
I like to brag?
Yeah, I know bacon is hard to get, but do you have to wear a slice behind your ear?
Just had my breakfast thrown at me. Do you know a good employment agency? I want to hire a cook.
Well, George, I know the girl at the newspaper office who takes the help wanted ads. I'll give her a ring, huh?
Oh, don't bother, Bill. I'll just call an agency.
Oh, it's no bother, George. She loves to have me call her. In fact, Barbara's so crazy about me, she'll probably put the ad in for nothing.
Oh, good.
Hello. Oh, hello, Babs. This is Billy. Take this ad, will you? Billy. Yeah, Bill. Oh, you know Bill Goodwin. Look, who's got dimples and curly hair and kissed you last night, huh? What? About 9:30. Oh, he did? Well, maybe I was there at 9:15.
Look, Dimples, just give her the ad. Maid wanted, good salary.
Oh, you remember me, Babs. We had a wonderful conversation. Oh, you do?
Well, good. Bill, now give her the ad.
Well, I'll be right over, sweetheart. Goodbye.
Bill, you called that girl for me.
Are you kidding?
Well, I'll get a cook. Where's the phone book?
George, what are you doing?
Looking up an employment agency.
Well, you might as well use the club plan. You'll never be able to get a cook.
Well, don't worry. I'll get one.
I'll bet you won't.
Well, all right. It's a bet. You know that expensive hat I wouldn't let you buy?
Yes.
I'll bet you that hat.
All right.
All right.
And if I lose, you can go up and get it out of my closet and take it back.
Well, Gracie, you said it was impossible to hire any help. But just look in the other room. There are 4 or 5 women waiting to be interviewed.
Well, George, you're making a big mistake. You ought to use our Beverly Hills Uplift Society to give each other a boost in the crisis plan.
Gracie, I don't want to hear any more
Well,
about
it's a wonderful plan, George. They boost you today, and you boost them tomorrow.
I can't wait till tomorrow. I'd like to boost them right
George.
out. Well, forget the plan, Gracie. Forget the club plan. I'll show you how to handle the help situation. Okay, I'll see the first applicant. Now, madam, I'm going to be businesslike about this and not waste any time. The pay is $20 a week, and you get Thursdays off, and there's no use asking any questions because that covers everything. Do you want the job?
No.
Gee.
She was businesslike, too, wasn't she?
Yeah, I guess I frightened the poor woman.
See, George, I have a wonderful idea.
What?
Why not adopt the Beverly Hills Uplift Society?
No. I don't want those club women in this house. I'd rather have termites.
Well, George, this is no time to be choosy.
Well, forget it. I'm going to interview the next woman. Right this way. Who's next?
I am.
Now, miss.
Let's get going, Shorty. I ain't got all day. What's your name?
Huh?
Your name. If I cut my finger, I want to know who I'm suing.
Oh, fine.
Oh, his name is Mr. George Burns.
Burns is enough. I ain't going to call him Mister because I'm as good as he is.
Yeah, but...
And I ain't going to call you George because you ain't my type.
Yeah, but...
So Burns is enough.
Yeah.
How many rooms in this house, Burns?
Well... There are 4 rooms upstairs.
Never mind the upstairs. I'm strictly a downstairs cleaner.
Well, downstairs is the library and the living room.
Well, bring the books in the living room. That makes one less to clean. What else?
Well, there's a dining room and a kitchen.
We'll eat in the kitchen. That makes 2 less.
Now, wait a minute.
Better bring the books in the kitchen, too. Wide spread out.
Now, wait a minute.
What does this job pay?
20 a week.
20 a week? I pay my cook more than that.
All right. What's so funny? What are you laughing at?
You frightened that poor woman, too. Oh, George, if you'd only adopt...
Gracie, I don't want those silly club women in this house.
But, George, they only want to help you. And you know what I always say, love laughs at locksmiths.
Well, what is that? That proverb doesn't fit.
Well, maybe not, but that's what I always say.
Yeah, and I always have to listen to it. Next girl.
You mean me?
Yeah, step in here. How do you do?
Hello?
Are you an experienced cook?
Oh, sure. I've had 10 jobs in the last month.
Well, why did you leave all those positions?
I didn't leave. They fired me.
Well, wasn't your work satisfactory?
Oh, sure.
Well, then, why did they fire you?
I haven't the slightest idea.
Well, I have, and good day.
Well, George, shall we try the club plan, dear?
Honey, for the last time, I'm not going to do anybody else's housework.
But you know all the people in the club, George. It's not like I was asking you to scrub a strange floor or wash a sock off an unfamiliar foot.
Forget it. Anyway, there's still 1 dame left. I better handle her with kid gloves. Well, hello there. I guess you're the last one.
I guess I am.
Well, step right in.
You know what they say. Last but not least. This is my wife.
I'm sure you'll find me satisfactory, madam. I'm an excellent all-round worker.
Well, the work is very simple. In the morning, you dust the...
No dusting.
No dusting?
Dust is bad for my sinuses.
Well, my wife will be glad to do the dusting.
And the laundry.
No laundry?
I'm allergic to water.
Well, don't you ever wash yourself?
Oh, sure. With olive oil.
Well, maybe she can do the laundry in olive oil.
Gracie, if you don't...
Well, it would make it easy if you had to slip into your clothes.
Very hilarious. Look, miss, do you mind sweeping?
Oh, no. Sweep as much as you like.
No sweeping?
Rheumatism.
Well, can you cook?
Oh, I'm a wonderful cook.
But?
The smell of food makes me bilious.
Lady, is there anything wrong with your legs?
No, my legs are fine.
Then run out the door. Out! Out!
Well, George, you give up?
No.
Well, George, why don't you let me handle the servant problem? My mother always said that the wife should run the home and the husband should earn the money.
Well, in this family, the husband runs the house.
Poor Mama. She had the whole thing backwards.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Well, now George is out making the rounds of the employment agencies. Meanwhile, Gracie has slipped Tootsie into the kitchen as their cook. She feels confident that when George tastes the Irish stew they're making, he'll okay her club plan.
How's the stew coming along, Tootsie? Almost done?
I think so, Gracie. Oh, the potatoes and onions look lovely.
Let's see. They do look nice. Which is which?
The potatoes are the ones that fell apart.
Oh.
Oh, it's too bad we didn't have any carrots.
Oh, well, that doesn't matter. The bananas we put on are practically the same shape.
Oh, that's right. And with the skins left on, they're almost the same color.
Sure. George will never know the difference. I just know our stew will be a big success, Tootsie, even if we did have to make it without meat.
Oh, yeah. It's lucky you thought of that article you read about meat substitutes.
Oh, it certainly is. Do you think that pound of Swiss cheese will be enough? Or should we put in the Roquefort, too?
Oh, I believe the Swiss cheese is enough.
Mm-hmm.
Hiya, Gracie. I saw you and George through the kitchen window. Oh, Tootsie, I thought you were George with an apron on.
That's not a very nice thing to say, Bill.
Oh, you're right. He's one of my very dearest friends. Gee, I'm sorry you didn't hire a new cook, Gracie.
Well, Tootsie's our cook today, Bill. You see, we have a club plan where we all work for one another.
Oh, say, that sounds like a swell idea. Can I get in on it?
Oh, sure. You can come over to my house tomorrow and cook for me. I've always wanted to stir up something with you.
No, thanks, Tootsie.
Well, Bill, I have an idea. I'll come over and cook for you.
Oh, no, Tootsie. You see, I don't have any pots or pans.
Well, that's all right. I bring my pan.
That's what I'm afraid of.
Well, Bill, Tootsie's a wonderful cook. Just look at the stew we're making for George. There. Get a whiff of that.
Say, you girls are going to be famous.
Really?
Why, sure, you've got a new formula for synthetic rubber. Goodbye.
Did you hear what he called our stew?
He doesn't know what he's talking about. It might look like rubber and smell like rubber and stretch like rubber, but whoever saw rubber with bananas in it?
Oh, Gracie, where are you?
Oh, my goodness, George is back. He mustn't find me here.
Don't worry, I'll keep him out of the kitchen. Oh, hello, dear. Back so soon?
Yeah. I went to 12 employment agencies. 11 of them are out of business, and the other one's a bookie.
Oh, well, cheer up, darling. While you were gone, I got a cook.
You did? Where'd you get her?
Where?
Yeah.
Oh, I I got her from the bailiffs across the street.
Well, why did they give her up?
Why?
Yeah.
Well, they went away for a rest. Yeah, that's it. They went away for a rest. To Europe.
They went to Europe for a rest?
Well, you see, he used to live in New York under the elevated, and he can't rest unless there's a lot of noise. So,
Gracie, I'd like to see this cook.
Oh, well, no, you can't, George. She's very temperamental. She's scared of men.
She's scared of men?
Well, yeah, you see, her mother was once frightened by her father, who was a man. And ever since...
Gracie, I'm going in to see this cook.
No, wait, George. She's very temperamental.
But I want to talk to her. What's her name?
Her name?
Yeah.
Oh, it's, Bridget. Oh, I'll tell you what, George. Talk to her through the kitchen door.
For what? I'm going in there.
Oh, no, you're not.
Gracie, what's the big...
Lock the door.
Let me in there.
Yeah.
Let me in.
George, Bridget doesn't want you in here, do you, Bridget? Her faith in that I don't. I'll have no man tracking up me white kitchen with his big feet.
Was that Bridget who just spoke?
Well, of course it was, George. She's Irish. Aren't you, Bridget? Sure in that I am.
Bridget, are you sure you're not Gracie?
Oh, go away with you now. Faith and Gracie is 10 times prettier than I am. And it's lucky you are to be married to a Colleen whose eyes are as blue as the lakes of Killarney and whose fur coat is getting a little tattered, so why don't you buy her a new one?
Now I'm convinced you're not Gracie. But, but from the sound of your voice, Bridget, me darling, I'll bet you're every bit as pretty.
George Burns, you stop flirting with me.
What did you say?
Faith and I mean you stop flirting with your wife.
Enough is enough. Unlock this door.
Gracie, I think the stew is ready. It just collapsed.
Oh, good. I'm coming right out, dear. Dinner is ready. Well, here you are. Just tuck your napkin around your neck.
Does that smell come from this food?
Yeah. Doesn't it smell delicious? Bridget says it's an old family recipe. This stew has been handed down from mother to daughter.
Looks like one of them dropped it. Look, Bridget, I heard you whispering to somebody in... Which one of your club members is out there in the kitchen?
Why, George Burns, how...
I'll be right back. I see. Tootsie!
Oh, hello, George. My, you look handsome today. New suit. Well, goodbye.
Tootsie, you come in here.
Yes, George?
Sit down and eat that stew.
Well, I'd love to, but I'm really not hungry. I had a glass of water this morning.
Eat it!
Well, go on, Tootsie. Tootsie, eat it. And when he sees how much you enjoyed, he'll adopt our club plan.
Yeah.
Here, open your mouth and swallow this.
Oh.
Well, how do you like it? Well, don't just pop your eyes at me, Tootsie. How do you like it?
It's delicious. Goodbye.
Well, that's good. That is great. Simply a wonderful idea. Now, there's no dinner, and I'm starved.
Well, here's where our boost in the crisis plan goes to work. I'll just call Blanche Morton, and she'll come over and cook our dinner.
Well, tell her to hurry. Is she a good cook?
Good. She taught Tootsie Sagwell everything she knows.
Never mind. We'll eat out. That's all.
Well, George, our stew might have looked and tasted like synthetic rubber, but I got a pound of waste fat out of it, and I took it down to the butcher's.
Oh.
The government can use it to make bombs and bullets.
Good. And what did you do with the rest of the stew?
Oh. How do you like my new galoshes? Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
And now meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie.
Well, this is a time of important meetings. In Casablanca, Roosevelt and Churchill. In Washington, the 78th Congress. And in the library of the Burns home, the Beverly Hills Uplift Society. And here comes George, blissfully unaware of what's going on, and Gracie waiting to make sure he doesn't find out.
Good morning, sweetheart.
Oh, good morning, dear. My, you're up bright and early this morning.
Yeah, I woke up and couldn't get back to sleep, so I figured I might as well get up.
Oh, so that's it. I was wondering what you were doing up at this hour. It's only 11:30.
Well, some mornings I just can't sleep. I'm going into the library and look at the paper.
Oh, wait, George, wait.
Yes?
Look, it's such a beautiful day. Why don't you take a walk?
A walk? What for?
Oh, it would be fun. Why don't you walk down to the corner cigar store and whistle at the girls for a while?
Gracie, I haven't... Have you gone out of your mind? I haven't done that in all my life.
Well, you're not getting any younger, dear.
Look, I'm going into the library.
Oh, no, wait. I've got it. Why don't you go fishing?
Go fishing?
Well, sure. Go out to the lake and catch a fish and broil it right there. It'll be delicious. I'll go and get your fishing pole and a slice of lemon.
Gracie, I'm not leaving the house. I'm going into the library right now. Gracie.
Now, George, don't get excited.
I told you, if I ever caught those buzzards here again, I'd squeeze the hen of rinse out of them.
No, but, George, this is the most important meeting of the year. Today is our club election, and Francis Fowler, Vicky Gruskin, and I are all running for president.
Oh, so you've got some competition, huh?
Well, I don't mind competition. I always say, may the best girl win. But what if I lose?
I hope so.
Oh, Francis and Vicky have been putting on marvelous campaigns.
I'll bet.
Whenever the meeting was held at one of their homes, they had some big celebrity and a special guest.
I see, a big celebrity.
Yes, and I must admit the girls were awfully impressed. But who wouldn't be impressed meeting Myron Fudnick?
Myron Fudnick?
Yes.
That's a big celebrity?
Well, of course. Myron Fudnick is the first man who ever thought of putting garters on girdles.
Well, I must get Myron's autograph.
And then Vicky had even a bigger celebrity at her house.
Bigger than Fudnick?
Lily Mae Browning.
Who?
Lily Mae Browning.
Who's she?
The famous poetess, of course. She's written 4 lovely things. Love at First Sight, Whirlwind Courtship, Honeymoon for Two, and Oh Beautiful Reno.
She's probably working on one now called Alimony, I Love You.
Oh, but just wait till they see the celebrity I have. He's more important than anyone they ever thought of.
Well, whoever he is, I wouldn't want to be in his shoes. Goodbye, dear. I think I'll go and whistle at the girl.
Oh, goodbye, dear. Oh, and now come to order, girls. Come to order, please. Now, before we start our regular meeting, I'd like to read a letter from Maggie Ettinger, our former member who joined the WAC.
Oh, how is she, Gracie?
She says, Dear girls, I am writing to tell you what a wonderful organization this is, and also to remind you that the WACs need many more recruits who can fill important non-combat jobs and release more officers and men of the Army for combat duty.
Oh, yes, I knew
Our work includes every type of non-combat service, from accounting and cooking to stenography and radio operating. And we receive the same pay as enlisted men and officers in the Army. All women between 21 and 44 who do not have children under 14 are eligible for the WAC. If you know any women who are interested, tell them to go to the nearest Army recruiting and induction station and sign up now. Love to all, Maggie.
Oh, that's lovely.
Wonderful. You know, girls, I might sign up myself.
Oh, you couldn't, Gracie. You're married.
Well, that doesn't make any difference, Blanche.
It does if you have someone financially dependent on you.
Financially dependent. Oh, yes. I forgot the May Company.
Hi, Gracie. I was looking for George. Oh, I beg your pardon. I didn't know a meeting was going on.
Oh, it's all right, Bill. Girls, you remember Bill Goodman, don't you? Bill, we've been talking about the WAC. We'd all like to join, but most of us aren't eligible.
I'm eligible, Bill. Do you think I'd make a good WAC?
Well, I don't know, Tootsie. Isn't each WAC supposed to release a soldier for combat duty?
Yes.
Well, I just can't imagine you releasing a soldier. Well, girls, tell George I'll be back.
Oh, you're sort of crazy about Bill, aren't you, Tootsie?
Yes, we're sweethearts.
Has he ever proposed?
Oh, dozens of times. I wish he'd propose to me sometime.
Oh, dear, someone's at the door and George isn't here. Will you excuse me, girls?
All right, go ahead, Gracie.
Oh, my, I hope this is my important celebrity. Oh, the girls will be so thrilled.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns.
Oh, it's the postman. How are you, Mr. Postman?
Never better, Mrs. Burns. I've been drinking in the fresh air through every pore. Gee, it's great to be alive.
Well, you always enjoy life, don't you, Mr. Postman?
I should say I do, and perfect health is the answer. I've got the constitution of an ox.
Oh, how nice. Is there any mail for me?
Yes, a special delivery letter.
Oh, let me see it. Oh, it's from my celebrity. Dear Mrs. Burns. But he regrets that he cannot appear at the meeting of the Beverly Hills Uplift Society as he has been very busy at the White House since his return from Casablanca. Therefore, he cannot address your club on the subject you chose for him, Africa, the land of enchantment. Oh, dear, and I was counting on him.
I'm sorry about the bad news, Mrs. Burns, but I've got to be running along now. I've got lots of fan mail to deliver down the street to Charles Lawton.
Charles Lawton? Charles Lawton? He's a celebrity, and I know him, too. Oh, Mr. Postman, you've given me a wonderful idea. Now I'll be elected after all.
That's me, always scattering sunshine.
Goodbye, Mr. Postman.
Well, goodbye, Mrs. Burns. And remember, keep smiling.
And so Gracie asked the girls to wait and hurried over to Charles Lawton's house to get him as the guest for her club meeting. The door is opened by a person wearing a frilly white apron.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Lawton. Is Charles here?
Mrs. Lawton, I am Mr. Lawton.
Oh, my goodness, Charles. What a silly mistake. I'd forgotten that your wife is small and thin.
Yes, and furthermore, her pants never show beneath the bottom of her apron.
Would you mind telling me what you're doing with that apron on?
Not at all. I'm dusting, sweeping, cooking dinner, and in my spare moments cursing the day I was born.
Oh. Helping your wife, huh?
My wife isn't here. In fact, she hasn't been home for 5 minutes since she joined some infernal, idiotic woman's club.
You don't like women's clubs?
No! Do you know what I'd like to do to all wives who belong to clubs?
No.
I'd like to make them run between two long lines of husbands. And as they ran, the husbands would beat them over the head with the minutes of the last meeting.
Oh.
Well, what did you want to see me about, Gracie?
Oh, who? Me?
Come along, out with it.
Oh, well, I want you to come over to my house.
Why?
Well, it's George. Yeah, that's it. Something's wrong with George.
But everyone knows that. Can't you be more definite?
Well, yes, George is stage struck.
Stage struck? At his age?
Yes, he goes around all day reciting Shakespeare.
How revolting. What sort of Shakespeare does he recite?
Well, his favorite speech is one that goes, but light who softly breaks the window yonder. I'm from the east and Juliet is my son.
Yes. That's a little bit off, Gracie. The correct line is, but soft what light through yonder window breaks. It is the east and Juliet is the sun.
But that doesn't make any sense.
Oh. Would you mind just taking my word for it, mine and Shakespeare's? But why have you come to me with your problem, Gracie? What could I possibly do?
Well, I thought it might cure George if I got some actor over to the house who could recite Shakespeare better than he can.
Well, that shouldn't be difficult. Have you tried Harpo Marx?
Well, no. But I want someone who's even better than Harpo Marx. I want you.
I'm sorry, but I'm much too busy with my housework.
Well, all right. Poor George. He'll just have to go through life thinking he's a better actor than you are.
He thinks what?
He thinks he's a better actor than you are.
The man is obviously mad.
Sure.
Any man who claims to be a better actor than another is nothing but a ham. I'm 10 times the actor he is.
Well, of course you are. Will you come over and show him up?
Will I? I'll make him sound like the end man in an Elks Club minstrel show.
Oh, and I'll have some of the women from the neighborhood in to watch you do it. Oh, I know a great actor works better in front of an audience, and especially an actor as great as you are.
Yes, of course. I'll be over as soon as I've made the beds.
Gracie, Charles Lawton is coming over here? You mean Charles Lawton, the movie star?
Oh, George, there's only one Charles Lawton. Although when you look at him, it does seem like there's more.
Well, my estimation of that guy has gone down 100%, accepting an invitation to talk to that silly woman's club.
Well, George Burns, you apologize for that remark.
Okay, I take it back about them being women.
Well, that's better.
Well, I'm getting out of here. I can't watch that.
Oh, no, you have to stay. Well, he's really coming over to see you.
To see me?
Yes. He thinks that you could be the greatest actor in Hollywood.
What?
Well, that's right. He says that you never should have given up acting for what you're doing now.
I wonder how he meant that.
Oh, well, he thinks you have the makings of a great actor. Well, he's dying to hear you recite a little Shakespeare.
Well, I'll be darned.
Yeah, he thinks you're wonderful.
Oh, gee. Old Charlie ought to know. Mighty shrewd judge of talent, that boy. That's what he said, huh?
Uh-huh, yeah. He'd like to see you playing Romeo or King Lear or Portia, one of those parts.
Portia? Portia is a woman.
Oh, he thinks you can do anything.
He does, huh?
Yes. Oh, that must be Mr. Lawton. Now, George, be sure to act for him. Do that Shakespearean line about the light breaking through the window. I'll go into the meeting.
All right. Come in.
Hello, George.
Hello, Charlie. What's soft? What light through yonder window breaks? It is the east, and Juliet is the sun.
What, may I ask, was that?
That was something out of Shakespeare.
His appendix, no doubt.
You didn't think I did it well?
George, I think you have all the fire, all the feeling, all the emotional intensity of a plate of tapioca pudding.
Oh, gee. Don't you think I'm a great actor?
Yes, you're the new Porky Pig.
Oh.
So you consider yourself in my class as an actor. Why, of all the conceit, of all the unmitigated graft.
Wait a minute.
Burns, you're an idiot. If there's one thing I can't stomach, it's an idiot.
Well, brother, if you can't stomach it with what you've got, nobody can.
My stomach happens to be my business.
Well, you happen to have a mighty big business.
Is that so?
Yeah, that's so in spades.
You don't say.
I do say.
That's you.
Yes, that's all. Charlie, will you listen to me? I'm telling you for the 50th time, I never said I was a better actor than you are.
I'm a modest man, George. I'm a very modest man, but I'm honest. And I'm forced to admit that there isn't a better actor than I am.
Well, okay, you're marvelous, you're wonderful, you're magnificent.
I knew you'd begin to see it my way, George. Now, let's talk about you.
Yeah, okay. I'm awful, I'm horrible, I'm terrible. I'm the worst actor who ever lived.
Well, go on. You're on the right track.
Look, Charlie.
Hey, George, I dropped by before, but you... Gee, Charles Lawton in the flesh.
What else would you expect me to be? Who are you?
Well, I'm Bill Goodwin, Mr. Lawton. I'm in pictures, an actor, just like you.
Another one. What is this? A house or a branch of Swift & Company? Your friend Burns here has been bruising the bard with but soft what light through yonder window breaks.
Well, you see, George doesn't know how to do it, Mr. Lawton. And now, farewell.
Farewell.
Farewell. Parting is such sweet sorrow. And I... Well, that's that, fellas. Just washed up Shakespeare. Goodbye.
What a ham. You're a fine one to talk about hams, coming over here to talk to that silly woman's club.
Woman's club? Are you mad? I wouldn't address a woman's club for the entire output of the Florsheim factory. I detest women's clubs.
Then why did you come over?
Because your wife told me you were stage struck.
Stage struck? Charlie, Gracie brought you over here to make a speech for her club so that she could be elected president.
She did that after all I've been through at home. George, I'll make that speech, and when I get through, there'll be one less woman's club.
Well, do you think you can?
Can I? I'll make a speech so hot it'll melt the rubber out of their girdles.
Well, I'll tell them you're ready. Oh, boy, no more Beverly Hills Uplift Society. Gracie, your guest, Charles Lawton, is ready.
Oh, yes, girls, I knew you'd be thrilled. George, tell him we'll be ready in a minute. Now, you're going to see some marvelous acting, girls, because Mr. Lawton is one of the finest actors ever to board the trod. Oh, whatever they do. He'll probably recite one of Shakespeare's beautiful poems like The Shooting of Dan Macbeth.
Mr. Lawton is English, isn't he, Gracie?
Oh, yes. And let's try to make him feel at home, girls. We'll serve him his tea with a trumpet. Like they do in England. Unless, of course, he'd prefer it with a tram. Oh, that's a wonderful idea. All right, we're ready now. I'll call him. Oh, Mr. Lawton, right this way, please.
Coming.
Now, girls, I want you to meet a man who is much more important than Myron Fudnick. My celebrity. Mr. Charles Lawton, who will perform for us.
My dear Bats. Never before has it been my misfortune to address so gruesome a collection of poems. The combined stupidity of your faces could only be found in a club such as this or in a colony of tired old pelicans.
Is he wonderful? Oh, what a natcher. He almost makes you believe that he means those things.
But I do mean them. It is my heartfelt opinion that this ghastly little band of frumps is more dangerous to the progress of mankind than the boll weevil or the zoot suit. Really, my good witches, I am not trying to amuse you. I loathe you. You revolt me. Oh, nuts. I quit.
You were wonderful. I don't know how to thank you, Charles. Now, girls, while the thrill of my celebrity's visit is still fresh in our minds, shall we vote on our club president? Well, just write your choice on a slip of paper, and I want to say in advance that this is going to be the happiest moment of my life. I thank you.
Here are the ballots, Gracie.
Oh, good. Oh, now, the first ballot is for... Oh, my goodness. Oh, my. Oh, well, I guess it's unanimous.
Naturally.
Yeah, Charles.
Yes, Gracie.
I'm a good loser, and I want to wish you every success as the new president of our club. It's the voice of the people, and we'll meet at your house next week.
Now listen, you misguided scarecrows. I'd rather be gone than all. I'd rather be famous as straight. I promise.
Well, Gracie, who's going to be the president of your club now that Charles Lawton walked out on you?
Oh, well, I will, dear. I'm bringing a celebrity to the next meeting who's sure to win the election for me. George, I've got Winston.
Winston Churchill?
No, Winston Fudnick.
Myron's brother. Oh, the tall...
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
now meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie.
What are you doing, sweetheart? Writing a letter to your mother?
No, I'm writing a wedding announcement.
A wedding announcement?
Mm-hmm. Listen and see if it sounds right. Mr. and Mrs. Samuel J. Stagwell take pleasure in announcing the forthcoming marriage of their daughter Tootsie to Mr. William Goodwin. The ceremony will be held...
Wait a minute. Bill Goodwin is going to marry Tootsie Sagwell?
That's right.
I don't believe it.
But it's true, George. Of course, it's a secret. Very few people know about it yet. Not even Bill.
I thought so. What horrible thing are you cooking up for that poor guy?
Is it so horrible to marry a girl who looks exactly like Veronica Lake?
Gracie, Tootsie has a face like a New England boiled dinner. She doesn't look like Veronica Lake.
But she will, dear. Professor Robinson will fix that.
Who?
Professor Hubble Robinson.
Hubble Robinson?
Yes. The beauty expert. He sells the beauty kit guaranteed to make people look like their favorite movie stars.
Oh, for Pete's sake.
So, Tootsie decided on Veronica Lake, and we're going to get started today.
How long do you expect it will take?
Oh, just a couple of hours. Veronica's a very small girl, you know.
Gracie, you're wasting your time. This Professor Robinson must be a quack.
He's nothing of the sort, George. Mr. Carroll Nye of Burbank wanted to be like Clark Gable, and after the professor's treatment, he not only looked like Gable, but he had gorgeous legs.
He had gorgeous legs?
Yes. You see, his handwriting was hard to read, so whether he wanted Gable or Grable.
So he gave them both. Yes. I see what you mean. That's really an amazing professor.
Yes. And then another customer got to look so much like Gene Autry that his wife left him. Horses kept following him home.
Gracie, Bill Goodwin will never marry Tootsie Sagwell.
I'll answer it, dear. Maybe Tootsie. Oh, hello, Mr. Postman.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns. How are you this lovely, lovely morning?
Oh, I'm fine, thanks. And you're looking well, too.
Yes, this is the kind of weather that brings the roses to my cheeks.
Mr. Postman, you're always so healthy.
I take no credit, Mrs. Burns. If other people used my system, they could be as hale and hearty as I am.
What is your system?
Deep breathing. As I walk along, I inhale like this. And then I exhale like this.
Oh, how wonderful. Well, what mail did you bring me today?
A package, Mrs. Burns. Here you are.
Oh, it's just what I've been waiting for. Tootsie's beauty kit from the professor. Thanks, and goodbye, Mr. Postman.
Goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
Oh, George, it came. Professor Robinson's beauty kit is here.
Great. Tomorrow I won't be able to tell Tootsie from Veronica.
Oh, yes, you will. I thought of that. You see, Veronica Lake uses a certain perfume, so Tootsie is going to just douse herself with that perfume.
Well?
Well, if she smells a little like Veronica Lake, she is Veronica Lake. But if she smells a lot like Veronica Lake, she's Tootsie.
Suppose she smells like Tootsie.
Well, in that case, ignore her. She's a stranger.
I'll cut her dead.
Oh, I just can't wait for the wedding. Tootsie and Bill are going to be...
Come in.
Gracie, did it come? Is it here?
Yes, Tootsie, it just came.
Oh, wonderful. Glamour, glamour, you shall be mine.
Oh, this is murder. I'm getting out of here.
Oh, Tootsie, don't mind him. He's just a cynic. But you know what they say, live and learn.
Oh, who cares about learning? I want to live. Open the box, Gracie.
Oh, all right.
Oh, God, I just can't wait to see what's in it.
Oh, me either. I'm so excited.
Oh, my goodness. Just look at all these things. Oh, what are those bottles of brown stuff?
Oh, that's mud for mud packs. See what it says in the label? Procured from a ditch in Veronica Lake's own hometown.
Isn't that wonderful? I wonder what that funny-looking gadget is.
Oh, that's a no shortener. You see, where Veronica's turns up, yours keeps right on going.
Oh, we'll have to fix that.
Look, here's the most important thing of all, this mask. You have to wear that over your face during the entire treatment.
Oh, I just can't wait to look like Veronica Lake. I've looked like me for so long.
Yes, I know.
Hello, Gracie. Gosh, you look cute this morning. Hello, Tootsie. Gosh.
Bill, you're not supposed to see the bride just before the wedding.
Really? Well, who's having a wedding? Gracie, is Tootsie finally getting herself a man?
Yes.
Who is the poor sap?
You.
Me? I wouldn't marry Tootsie Sagwell if they threw rice and new shoes at the wedding.
But, Bill, you'd marry Veronica Lake, wouldn't you?
Veronica Lake? Well, who wouldn't? Gee, that Lake.
Now, Bill, you come back in exactly 2 hours and propose to Tootsie. By then, she'll look like Veronica.
Yeah.
Oh, poor Tootsie. She has to wear that terrible old mask for 2 hours.
Yeah, it is ugly.
I haven't got it on yet. Gracie, we better get started with the treatment. You come back in 2 hours, Bill, and I'll be a glamour girl.
I'll be back, Tootsie. That I've got to see.
Oh, Bill, when you marry Tootsie, George and I will want to give you something. What would you like?
Novocaine.
Well, come on, Tootsie, lie down on the table.
All right, Gracie.
I think I'll start off with the mud pack. Now, hold still. Oh, isn't it wonderful? You have Veronica Lake's face in no time.
I know, and I'll have her ears even sooner than most mud went.
Hey, I have a wonderful idea, Tootsie. I'll call Veronica and tell her to come right over.
What for?
Well, so we can tell how we're doing. I'll stand you both side by side, and if I can tell you apart, you're not done yet.
That's a marvelous idea, Gracie. But do you know her?
Oh, sure. I see her at the market all the time. We don't get our meat from the same butcher.
Oh, just think. Veronica Lake and I are going to be twins. Gracie, how about you and Hetty Lamar looking alike?
Oh, well, I don't think Hetty Lamar would want to go through all this fuss just to look like me.
Well, come on, Gracie, put on some more stuff.
All right, Tootsie. Here's mud in your eyes. Well, Tootsie, do you feel beautiful yet?
Well, I don't know, Gracie, but something is happening. The mud is sort of pulling my face together. Is that good?
Well, of course it's good. Just think of yourself as a big pan of fudge that's beginning to harden.
Yes, that's just what I'll do. Oh, gee, won't it be wonderful when I go out walking with my new face on? Then maybe the man will whistle at me.
Didn't the man ever whistle at you, Tootsie?
No, Gracie. A couple of times the man has puckered his lips like he was going to whistle, but what came out was a different noise entirely.
Oh, you poor dear. Well, anyway, Tootsie, you shouldn't be thinking of other men. You're going to marry Bill Goodwin. Oh, that must be Veronica. You just lie there, Tootsie, and keep that mask on your face.
Hello, Gracie.
Oh, come on in, Veronica.
You sounded awfully excited on the phone, Gracie. What's up?
Well, I'm making my friend Tootsie Sagwell beautiful, and I need your help.
Tootsie Sagwell? Oh, yes, she's that tall person who looks something like a woman.
Yes, that's Tootsie. She's taking Professor Robinson's beauty treatment that's guaranteed to make her look exactly like a movie star in 2 hours.
Any particular movie star?
Yes, you.
Good heavens.
Yeah, and that's why I need your help. I want you to stand beside Tootsie so we can see if there are any places where a little Sagwell still shows through the lake. Come on, Veronica, she's in here.
Wait, before we go in, I'd better tie a string around my finger.
What for?
I don't want to get mixed up and forget which one is me.
Oh, well, don't bother. I'll try to remember. Come on. Tootsie, this is Veronica Lake.
Oh, Miss Lake, I hope you don't mind that I picked you for a model.
I'm very flattered, Tootsie.
You know, Veronica, I've always wanted to swap beauty secrets with you.
Well, let's not swap. I'll just tell you what I know.
Oh, good. Oh, dear, if Bill doesn't marry me this time, I'll just give up.
You're counting on this experiment to get a husband?
Yes, I've tried everything else.
Well, she certainly has. Remember when they took away your permit to carry a gun, Tootsie?
Yes, the old meanies. Oh, I've failed so many times, Veronica. You know, they say that the bridesmaid who catches the bride's bouquet will be the next to get married. But it never worked for me.
What a shame.
I've been a bridesmaid 20 times. Every time I jump way up in the air and catch the bouquet, and it's gotten me nothing.
Oh, well, I wouldn't say that, Tootsie. It got you an offer to play second base for the Washington Senators.
I almost wish I'd taken it.
Oh, Gracie, where are you, dear?
Oh, George is home. Veronica, you stay here with Tootsie. I'll be right back.
Hello.
Oh, George, you're just in time. In a few minutes, we're going to unveil Tootsie.
Gracie, this idea is ridiculous. If people get to look like movie stars, don't you think a lot more would be doing it? Don't you think I'd like to look like Charles Boyer?
Well, certainly.
Well, you don't have to be so definite about it.
But, George, if you want to look like him, you can. Professor Robinson has Charles Boyer's face marked down to $27.50 this month. It's a special.
Only $27.50.
Yeah, of course, that's not including the eyes.
Oh, no eyes.
No, those big soulful Boyer eyes are extra.
How much does he get for those?
Well, how many would you want? 1 or 2?
Well, I'm no piker. Make it 2. Make it 3. When I go, I go.
George Burns, I don't like your attitude. You'll be sorry you acted like this when I walk out of that with a new Tootsie Sagwell. You just stay here. I'll be right back.
Gracie, I can tell by the look on your face that George doesn't believe in Professor Robinson.
Oh, no, he doesn't. Oh, I get so mad at him sometimes. Honestly, if he wasn't my husband, I'd divorce him.
Gracie, is it almost time to take the next...
How does your face feel? Does it feel like Veronica Lake's face?
Well, I don't know how Veronica Lake's face feels.
Oh, how does it feel, Veronica?
Oh, I don't know. I've had it so long it almost seems like part of me.
Oh. Tootsie, it's 2 o'clock. Time to take the mask off.
Oh, hurry.
Hold still. There.
Well, how do I look?
Oh, dear. I shouldn't have used that witch hazel.
Why not?
I'm afraid the bottle had too much witch and not enough hazel.
Oh, dear. Bill Goodman will be here in 10 minutes. He'll never propose to me now.
Oh, don't feel that way, Tootsie. Men don't propose to women because they're beautiful.
No, I'll bet lots of men have proposed to you.
Well, yes, but only because I'm a good cook.
I can't even cook.
Well, wait. I've got an idea. Veronica, you've got to help it. You've got to pretend that you're Tootsie Sagwell.
Me?
Yes. After she's worn the mask a little longer, Tootsie will look like you anyway. So you just pretend you're Tootsie long enough for Bill Goodwin to propose to you.
Yes, Veronica. Just accept it and I'll take it from there.
But this is the craziest thing I've ever heard of.
Please, Veronica, do it for me.
Well, all right.
Oh, thanks. And what a chance this is to teach my husband a lesson. Now, when I call you, come out as Tootsie.
All right, Gracie.
Well, George, we took the mask off Tootsie.
You did, huh?
Yeah. Now I want you to see her. Oh, Tootsie.
Miss Gracie, did you call me?
Yes, I did, Tootsie.
Look anything like Veronica Lake. All right. I knew it was Veronica Lake all the time, and so will Bill Goodwin. Look, he'll never believe she's Tootsie.
He will, too. Veronica's a very fine actress. All you have to do, Veronica, is imagine you are Tootsie Bagwell.
I don't believe I have quite that much imagination.
Oh, you can do it. Just get that look of hers in your eye.
You mean that come-hither look?
Well, it's really stronger than that. It's more of a come hither, stay hither, and don't go thither look.
I see. I'd better know how she acts with men, too, so I can give a good performance. How does she react when a man asks her for a date?
Well, let me see now. I have to go back to 1929 for that.
Oh, the year of the crash. Well, men were desperate in those days.
Yeah. Well, as I remember it, when this man asked Tootsie for a date, she was surprised for a moment, but she regained her poise quickly and yelled, "Wow!" and broke 2 of his ribs.
Gracie, do you mind if I'm a little more ladylike? I'll just stick 2 fingers in my mouth and whistle.
Yes, give it that bass a touch.
Here's Bill now.
Well, here I go. You promise I can leave the minute he proposes to me, Gracie.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, don't worry. You'll be able to leave right away. The biggest dope in America would know that you were Veronica Lake and not Tootsie Sagwell.
He will not. Come in.
Hi, Gracie. Hi, George.
Bill, look.
Why, Tootsie.
Oh, no.
Tootsie, I can't believe it. You're gorgeous. You're beautiful. I couldn't tell you from Veronica Lake in 1,000 years.
Really, Bill?
Oh, really? Tootsie, when you asked me for a kiss last week, did I say no? I ought to have my head examined. Come here, babe.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
And here's one for the week before. And the week before that. And remember the day you chased me 6 blocks? Well, I'm standing still now. And remember the time...
Well, I've got a TL for you. That isn't Tootsie Sagwell at all.
Oh, will you stop, George? Why, that Professor Robinson is marvelous. What a transformation. I could swear Tootsie was Veronica Lake. Come on, kiss me, Tootsie.
Wait a minute. When are you going to propose?
Oh, later.
Bill, will you please hurry up and propose to me? I've got some shopping to do.
Oh, all right.
Oh, Bill, would you mind proposing on this divan over here?
Okay, Gracie, anything you say.
But, look, Bill, you want to be told
Come on in the library, George.
Okay, well, don't yank my arm off.
Gracie, is it working? Yes, Tootsie. I'll leave the door open a crack so I can describe how Bill proposes to you. I thought you'd be interested.
What's he doing to me?
Well... You're both on a divan, and Bill is moving closer to you, closer and closer. He leans forward to kiss you. Oh, Tootsie Sagwell, you're a big dope.
Why?
You turned your head away.
Oh, I guess I got so excited I didn't know what I was doing.
Oh, well, now he's taking your hand in his. He's stroking it with his fingers.
Which hand, Gracie?
Your right hand. Why?
I want to know which one to have goose pimples on.
And now he slips his arm around your waist. He tries to pull your head down on his shoulder, but you hold back.
Oh, pull harder, Bill. Pull harder.
And now you're beginning to give in. He tilts your chin up. Oh, Tootsie, he finally did. He kissed you.
Oh, did I enjoy it?
Oh, Tootsie, loved it. Now he's proposing. He's on his knees. You look down at him and nod your head. Oh, Tootsie, you accepted him. You're engaged, isn't it wonderful?
Yes, this is the happiest moment of my life.
Oh, those are tears of joy, huh?
Not exactly. My engagement seems to lack the personal touch.
Oh, well, I've had enough of this. I'm going out there and put a stop to it. Hey, Bill.
Go away, George. Don't disturb me.
Hey, you better listen, Goodwin, because you're going to get the shock of your life. That's not Tootsie Sagwell you've been kissing. That's Veronica Lake.
Well, I know that.
You mean you knew it all the time?
Well, what else, brother? I'm no fool.
Well, I'll be darned. How do you like that?
Oh, so that was your game, Mr. Goodwin. You were just putting on an act.
Sure.
You knew it was me and took advantage of it?
That's right.
You knew all the time that you were hugging me, kissing me, making love to me.
Uh-huh.
It was fun, wasn't it?
I'll say.
Come on, Bill. Take me home.
Okay, Veronica.
Well, so help me, that's the last time I'll ever stick my neck out.
Wait. George, stop them.
Oh, you're too late. They're gone.
Oh, well, that's a man for you. He just got engaged to Tootsie Sagwell, and he's already running around with another woman.
Now, look, Gracie.
Oh, men are all alike. They're all beasts. You just can't trust one of them. George Burns, I'm going home to my mother.
Me? What did I have to do?
Oh, we're a little late, folks. Good night. Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
And now meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie.
Well, the Burnses are getting ready to leave for New York to entertain the soldiers in some of our Eastern Army camps. Right now, they're in the middle of packing, and suitcases are scattered everywhere. In fact, George hasn't seen so many bags since the last meeting of the Beverly Hills Uplift Society.
Gracie, we're only going to be in New York 3 weeks. Do we need all these suitcases?
Yes, dear. Now, this little bag has things we'll need on the train, like toothbrushes, your razor, my cold cream and perfume, your underwear, my
No, wait,
hand...
on the train?
Oh, well, I just put that on top so the bottles won't rattle around and get broken.
Look, honey, I'll be embarrassed. Every time we want to get something out of the bag, we'll have to drag out my long underwear.
No, we won't. Your underwear has the cutest little door right in the back.
Never mind. Gracie, the long underwear, out. Take it out.
Out?
Out. Now, what did you pack in the trunk?
Oh, let's see now. In the trunk, I have your suits, my dresses, Blanche Morton's trombone, your shoes.
Blanche Morton's trombone?
Yes.
We're taking that to New York?
Uh-huh. Blanche gave it to me along with a book of instructions.
Oh, fine.
I can't sleep on the train anyway, so at night I'll just practice on the trombone. And envy all you lucky people who can sleep.
Oh, yes. I must thank Blanche for that.
Oh, don't thank Blanche. Thank her husband. He made her get rid of it. It almost gave him pneumonia.
How could a trombone give pneumonia?
Likes to practice in bed. And when she stretches it out, it keeps pushing the covers off him.
The trombone comes out of the bag.
Out?
Out.
Oh, my darling little ducky. Are you happy you're going to New York, Herman? Well, that's nice. You've never been on a train before, Herman. How do you think you'll sleep? Well, I hope you do. We'll fix a nice little bed for you in the baggage car. You sleep in the baggage car. Oh, I'm sorry, darling. But there are only 2 berths. I sleep in one and your daddy sleeps... Oh, George.
Oh, no, I don't sleep in the baggage car. You shouldn't take that silly duck with us anyway. Go on.
Boy. Now come upstairs with me, Herman. I'll pack your rubber fish.
Yeah, go on. I'd like to see that Don Duck ride in the dining car under a blanket of wild rice and sweet potatoes. Well, this trip is getting more and more uninteresting. Well, that's probably Bill again with more soap. You talk.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Postman. How are you feeling today?
Solid, Mrs. Burns, solid. My doll and I went to the Palladium last night to frolic with the rest of the cats.
Really?
Yes, now I'm a hep jack from way back.
Well, I'm certainly surprised. I've never thought of you as a jitterbug.
Oh, I've got rhythm. Mr. Fine, I find.
Well, that's very pretty.
Thank you.
Well, have you got any mail for me this morning?
Yes, there's a letter here for your husband. I guess it's a fan letter. It's addressed to Mr. Burns, the radio comedian.
Oh, thank you. Goodbye, Miss Postman.
Goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
George will be thrilled to get a fan letter. I was when I got my first one. Oh, George! I guess he's busy. I'll open it and see what it says. Van Buren, Arkansas. Dear Mr. Burns, I have sold an egg and a pound of butter from the farm, and it bring me enough money to come to California. When I get there, we will be married. A 20-year engagement is long enough. Yours very true, Zelda Swineley. Zelda... Engaged? Why, the nerve of that George Burns. All the time he's been married to me, he's been going steady. Why, if I thought for 1 minute...
Well, sweetheart, we're all set for New York, honey. Everything is packed.
Don't you honey me, you wolf.
Huh? What?
Yeah, I know all about you and Zelda Swineley.
Zelda Swineley? I never heard of her.
Oh, how can you lie like that? I have a letter from her right here. She says she's coming to California to marry you.
To marry me? Zelda Swineley?
Oh, let me tell you something, George Burns. You are a beast. If I had to do over again, I wouldn't marry you if my life depended on it. You're the worst husband in the whole world. And if that Zelda Swinley thinks I'm going to give you up without a fight, she's crazy.
Gracie, won't you listen? I'm telling you for the 50th time, I don't know any Zelda Swinley.
You do, too.
I don't.
You do, too.
I don't.
You do, too.
Gracie, I give you my word of honor. I swear I don't know Zelda Swinley.
Honest?
Honest.
You do, too.
Gracie, I'm telling you.
No use, George. We've come to the parting of the ways. I'm leaving your bread and beard, or whatever they call it.
Gracie, if you
No,
only...
George, no. This is the end. I'm going up to my room. Oh, by the way, here's the letter from your girlfriend. I opened it by mistake. Goodbye, George.
Gracie, will you please? Well, say, wait a minute. This letter is postmarked Van Buren, Arkansas. This is Bob Burns. Gracie! Oh, Gracie! Oh, she wouldn't believe me anyway. I'm going over and get that Bob Burns and have him straighten this out.
Well, if it ain't my old friend George Burns.
Gee, I'm glad you're home, Bob.
Come on in, George. What's on your mind?
Well, I'm in trouble, Bob. Gracie thinks another woman wants to marry me.
Oh, doggone if that ain't the funniest thing I ever heard. Now, if that was me the gal was after.
It is you.
Huh?
Yeah, she got our names mixed up. She's after you.
Oh, now, wait a minute. This is serious.
I thought you'd change your tune.
Who is this here misguided female, George?
Her name is Zelda Swinley.
Zelda Swinley? Gosh, I ain't thought of her in years.
Oh, then you know her, huh?
Yeah. Zelda come from one of the finest families in Van Buren. Her mama was a social climber. She was always holding coming-out parties for Zelda. I remember Zelda come out 3 times, but public opinion always forced her back in.
Bob, all I want to know is, were you engaged to Zelda Swinley?
Well, now, there was a kind of a romantic custom down home. You know, during huckleberry season, everybody went out picking, and if a fella dropped a huckleberry in a girl's bucket, that meant they was engaged.
Well, what I want to know is, Bob...
But I was pretty sophisticated in them days, and, well, I was what you might call Van Buren's Adolph Monju. You know, I was the only one in town that ever done much traveling. You see, one cold winter morning, my hands while I was milking the cow, and you know that cow run away and dragged me clean to the outskirts of Little Rock.
All the way to Little Rock, huh?
Oh, I've traveled all over the country that way.
Now, Bob.
That's the truth, George. Why, to this day, I don't feel at home on a streetcar unless I'm hanging on 4 straps.
Look, Bob, what about Zelda Swinley?
Now about Zelda. I figured a man of the world like me didn't have to pay no attention to that romantic custom, so I went right ahead and dropped a huckleberry in her bucket anyhow. That's all there ever was between us.
Well, okay. Now listen to me. Gracie thinks Zelda is my girl, and you've got to come over and straighten me out.
Well, gosh, George, why didn't you say so sooner? You've just been standing there like a dummy.
Yeah, I'm a big tongue-tied dope. Well, get your hat, Bob. Poor Gracie is probably having hysterics by now all alone in that house.
So he's back again, has he? Well, yes, miss?
Is this here the place where Mr. Burns lives at?
Well, yes. Won't you come in?
Well, I guess I better introduce myself to you, ma'am. My name is Zelda Swinley. You see,
Yes, I know who you are. You are the other woman.
No, I ain't, lady. I'm me.
I mean that you and I are rivals, Zelda.
You're fixing to marry Mr. Burns, too?
Oh, I'm not fixing. I'm fixed.
Now, let me get this straight. Are you trying to tell me you're already married to that low-down skunk?
Please, Zelda. You're speaking of the skunk I love.
Maybe so, ma'am, but I've seen him first.
Well, you may have seen him first, but I'm married to him. Won't you give him up, Zelda?
No, ma'am. I made up my mind to marry Robin, and you can't talk me out of it.
Robin? Well, my husband's name is George.
Isn't your husband the fella on the radio they call Bob Burns?
Oh, my goodness, no. We're talking about two different people. Oh, I'll certainly have to apologize to George. How could I think that another woman wanted him?
Then your husband ain't the Burns on there?
That's right. You're getting the Burns, but not mine. Mine is the good-looking one. Yours is the clever one. So don't you worry your head about it, Zelda. I'll get that Bob Burns over here and see to it personally that you have a lovely wedding.
You sure are a kind-hearted woman, Mrs. Burns.
Oh, well, it's really nothing. Women should help each other whenever they can. You know what I always say? Judy's sister and the O'Grady lady are under the Colonel's skin.
That's mighty clever saying, I reckon.
Well, I'll get right on the telephone. Oh, wait. My husband's coming up the walk now, and Bob Burns is with him.
Oh, be still my heart. Can I see him too, Mrs. Burns?
No, not before the wedding.
Well, how come not?
Why, it's bad luck. On the day I married George, my mother told me I'd have bad luck if I saw him before the wedding. Or did she say after the wedding?
Well, what should I do?
Oh, well, you hide in the other room, and the minute he's ready to marry you, I'll call you.
All right, ma'am.
My, isn't this romantic? I feel just like Cupid, only better dressed.
Gracie, I brought Bob Burns over to clear up that Zelda Swanee situation. Go ahead, Bob.
Well, you see, Gracie, George ain't to blame because...
Oh, I know that, Bob. You're the man Zelda's going to marry.
Gracie, Bob hasn't seen Zelda for 20 years.
Yeah, you see, Gracie, things are done different down in Arkansas than they are in Hollywood. Down in Arkansas, people get married who don't hardly know each other. But here in Hollywood, well, I guess it ain't so different after all.
I'll bet you're anxious for the wedding after being engaged for 20 years.
Engaged? Oh, now, wait a minute, Gracie. All I ever done was drop a huckleberry in Zelda's bucket.
Well, now, don't be nervous at the wedding, Bob. Of course, most men are.
But they ain't going to be.
George was shaking so much that his garter came undone right in the middle of the ceremony. And he had to hook it back on.
Well, Gracie,
And when we left the church, he didn't realize he'd hooked it on the wrong leg until he dragged a bridesmaid halfway up the aisle.
Gracie, Bob is not interested, and we're leaving for New York in an hour.
I envy you getting married, Bob.
Yeah, but I ain't
Honeymoons are so romantic. I'll never forget mine. We went to our hotel, and for 3 hours, George sat on one side of the room, and I sat on the other.
Look, you don't have to.
Finally, he looked at his wristwatch, and it was 12 o'clock. And he got up, and he walked over to me, and he said, Gracie, we shouldn't behave like strangers. How about a game of checkers?
Yeah, that's mighty romantic.
And I want to be the first to give the happy couple a present. You wait here, Bob. I've got something upstairs you'll adore.
George, if they ever ask you to talk, you got to get Gracie a C card.
Yeah, she gets kind of wound up.
Yeah, I guess there's only one person in the world can out-talk Gracie. That's my Aunt Gabby Hink. That's my talking aunt. But she has an advantage. She could carry on 2 conversations at once.
Well, how could she do that?
Well, Aunt Gabby had a loose upper plate that clicked when she talked. You know, George, she could recite the Gettysburg Address while her teeth clicked out. The boy stood on the burning deck in Morse. Yeah, but here I am talking when this is my chance to get out of here. So long, George.
Goodbye, Bob, and thanks for everything.
So long, George.
Oh, Bob, wait.
Well, here we go again.
Look, Bob, I said I was going to give you and Zelda a wedding present, and I am. Here, Bob, and our best wishes to you both.
Well, now, Gracie, if that ain't the prettiest present. Yes, sir, I always did want one of those. This one sure is a beauty. What is it?
Well, I don't know. Mama gave it to us for our wedding present.
Well, thank you, Gracie. Whenever I eat off of it or wear it or whatever you're supposed to do with it, I'll think of you. Say, what are them things rattling around in the bottom of it?
Oh, well, just some slices of stale bread. I thought for a few days it might be a toaster.
Well, whatever it is, I wouldn't be without it. And now I think I'll be running along.
Oh, no, Bob. You can't go until you've said you'll marry Zelda.
But, Gracie, I couldn't marry her.
Bob, could I speak to you a minute?
Well, sure, George. Pardon us, Gracie.
Look, Bob, that Zelda is in Arkansas, and you'll never see her. Now, if you want to get out of here, you better tell Gracie you'll marry her.
Well, I guess you're right. Okay, it's a deal.
Swell.
Hey, Gracie, I guess I've been acting kind of silly. My love for Zelda was buried so deep in my heart, I didn't know it was there, but George just brought it out with a kind of a verbal Alka-Seltzer.
Oh, really? How wonderful.
Why, I'd marry little Zelda right now if she was here.
Well, she is. Oh, Zelda. I'm coming, ma'am.
Doggone that huckleberry.
Zelda, Mr. Burns agreed to marry you. Aren't you happy?
I don't know. I never dreamed that 20 years would change Robert Burns from a nice-looking young feller until this here broken-down critter.
Oh, no. No, Zelda, that isn't Rob, my husband.
You mean to tell me that this other feller's Bob Burns?
Well, yes, of course.
Well, in that case, I'd rather have your husband.
Oh, Zelda.
Well, kids, thrilled about going to New York?
You bet, Paul, and we're especially thrilled about the concert you're going to give at Carnegie Hall March 16th.
Oh, and we're especially thrilled because I'm going to play the piano.
Gracie, you're not going to do any such thing. The idea is ridiculous.
But, George, I wrote a wonderful slogan to advertise my appearance.
You wrote a slogan, Gracie?
Well, yes. The best tunes of all moved to Carnegie Hall.
You wrote that?
Yes, I heard it on the radio, and I sat right down and
wrote it. Gracie, you can't do that slogan.
Oh. Well, here's another one. How's this? That concert of Gracie's won't come from Macy's.
Gracie, you're not going to play in Carnegie Hall.
Oh. Well, I've got another slogan. She won't play the cymbals on the third floor at Gimbel's.
Gracie.
And here's another one.
Good
Gracie
night,
will play,
folks.
and that
Good
ain't
night.
me. Hey, hey. Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
And now meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie.
Well, George and Gracie have just arrived in New York City with their little duck, Herman. And here they are about to enter the lobby of one of Manhattan's large hotels.
Hey, wait a minute, Gracie. You better hide Herman. They'll never allow a duck in a hotel like this.
Oh, yes. Herman, you jump into Mama's hat box. There. Now is Mama's precious.
So put the lid on. Let's go and register. Oh, clerk.
Yes. This hotel is jammed to the doors. We don't need you.
Yeah, well, he's right, George. You know, I've heard that they're so crowded here that Tommy Manville is in the same room with his wife.
Well, that's pretty crowded.
Boy, take this luggage up to 3311.
Oh, give me that hat box.
What's made that noise?
George, you better take some bicarbonate.
Oh, yeah.
Madam, what is in that hat box?
Did you think it was a duck?
I've seen a lot of hats, but that's the first one I've ever heard.
Oh, well, this is one of the new Hollywood hats. They're wearing them very loud this year.
Gracie, come on.
No, in a minute, dear. Clerk, will you please send our breakfast up right away? We're starved.
Yes, madam.
We'd like 2 glasses of orange juice, 2 cups of coffee, some toast, and a half a dozen worms.
A half a dozen worms?
Why? Is that too many? Are they rationing the men now?
Gracie, come on.
Oh, look, here comes Tootsie Sagwell. Hello, Tootsie.
Hello, Gracie. Hello,
Oh,
George.
hello, Tootsie.
This wonderful, wonderful New York. This marvelous city.
Oh, you like it, Tootsie?
Oh, do I? Didn't you always say that only 1 man in a million would ever go for me?
That's right.
And aren't there 4 million men in New York?
That's right.
Well, that's 4 men. they wouldn't take me at the YMCA.
Hello, people.
Hello,
Bill. Clerk.
Yes?
I'm Bill Goodwin. I wrote in for a reservation.
Oh, yes, Mr. Goodwin. And referring to your letter, we realize there's a meat shortage, but we definitely cannot allow you to keep birds in the bathroom.
Well, now, wait. Who wants to keep birds in the bathroom?
You do, according to your letter. It says here, I cannot consider staying at your hotel unless there is swan in the bathroom.
Oh, well, you see, Dawn, the new white floating soap that's purer than finest Castiles, the regular Suds and Whiz.
Oh, I see. Well, Mr. Goodwin, we're rather crowded, so if you're going to be with us a while, I'd suggest you reserve a table in our dining room.
Oh, no, thank you. I want every meal sent up to my room.
Oh, boy, show Mr. Goodwin to his room.
Yes, sir. Right this way, sir. Well, you just take my bags up, son, and you'll probably need another boy to help you. Here, this is for your trouble. Split it with the other boy.
Well, this will go on for days. Come on, Gracie, let's go up to our rooms.
George, isn't this a lovely suite?
Yeah, isn't it pretty?
Herman, jump up on the windowsill, and Mama will show you New York. There, that's a good boy. Now, see that great big building over there? Well, that's the Empire State Building. It was built by a governor of New York named Al Smith, an old Dutchman who had a wooden leg.
Gracie, Peter Stuyvesant had a wooden leg.
Oh, him too, huh?
Yeah, he kept it in his brown derby.
Oh.
It's cold.
Well, now New York stops right at that river, Herman. Yes, really. And beyond the river is the Bronx, very wild place where the Indians live.
Gracie, there are no Indians in the Bronx. Okay. The Bronx is full of Indians, and they wear feathers. Turkey feathers. Some wear chicken feathers. But most of them wear duck feathers. Yes, and they sneak up behind little ducks and pull the feathers out of their tails.
Oh, now, George, that was me.
Yeah, I feel awful, yeah. Come in.
Mr. Burns?
That's right, boy.
I have an epistle for you.
Epistle?
Yes, that means a letter.
Well, thanks. Gracie, here's a letter for you. Yes, boy? Oh, I suppose you're waiting for a tip.
Quite. $1 is the usual amount.
Well, here's a dime. You've had an unusual experience.
Oh, dear. Sometimes I wish I had never left Dartmouth.
Oh, George, this is a note from Madeline Carroll. She has a room right next to us, and she's coming in to say hello.
Oh, good.
Oh, Madeline Carroll is awfully pretty, isn't she, George?
Uh-huh, yes.
Prettier than I am. Huh?
Oh, no. You're much prettier than she is.
Oh, no, I'm not. Huh?
Oh, yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Oh, yes, you are.
I know, but I'm too modest to blow my own horn. Madeline, I'm so glad to see you.
Gracie, you look absolutely wonderful. And George, how are you?
Fine, thanks.
I can only stay a second, but I'm dying to hear all about Hollywood, Gracie. Does, what's her name still wear those false,
eyelashes? Yeah.
Did, Who's It ever get married?
Yeah. She married a fellow from Sacramento.
No.
Made him a millionaire in 6 months.
Really?
Yeah. Of course, he was a multimillionaire when she married him.
Honestly, Gracie, why doesn't she retire from pictures? She'd be known as the grand old lady of the screen. If she were only a lady.
Yeah. Well, isn't it nice to get together and talk about old friends?
Yes. But, I have to be getting back to my room. I'm trying to learn a very difficult script for my next picture. Goodbye. I'll see you later.
Oh, all right. Goodbye, Madeline.
Gracie, who were you and Madeline talking about?
Oh, you know George. The girl who lived in the... she always ate at... whenever we went to... She was always there with... Remember now?
Oh, yes. She was married to, with the big fat, a lovely couple. Yes.
Come in.
I beg your pardon. Is this the room from which the request for a piano emanated?
Oh, no. You got the wrong room.
Oh, no, they haven't, dear. Bring the...
Well, have you a firm grasp, Mr. Ridgway? I have indeed, Mr. Fielding. Then steady as she goes, Mr. Ridgway. Excellent, Mr. Ridgway, excellent. Oh, I fancy any piano mover could have done it, Mr. Fielding. Your modesty becomes you, Mr. Ridgway. Oh, come, Mr. Fielding. Now, Mr. Ridgway. Why, you positively have me blushing, Mr. Fielding. But I...
Quiet, down. Gracie, I know why you had that piano brought in here. Stop it. I told you could not play the piano at Walt Whiteman's concert in Carnegie Hall.
You did not. You said I couldn't play until I was as good as Rachmaninoff.
Well?
Well, I'll practice a couple of days.
I can't stand this. I'm getting out of here.
Oh, poor George. He just has no ear for music. Could cry when I think of all the beauty that he misses. Like that, for instance.
Making that awful... I didn't know you were taking piano lessons, Gracie.
Oh, I'm not taking lessons, Madeline. I'm just rehearsing for my appearance in Carnegie Hall.
Huh?
Well, what? Paul Whiteman is going to give a concert there on the 16th, and I'm going to be his guest soloist.
Will George, by any chance, do a striptease on the same program?
Oh, no. It's just an artistic evening. Pardon me, Madeline. Come in.
Hello, Gracie. I came to... Oh, gee, isn't that Madeline Carroll?
Uh-huh. Madeline, this is my girlfriend, Tootsie Sagwell.
How do you do?
Oh, I've been dying to meet you for ages. But the closest I ever came was one night in Hollywood when I waved to you at the wrestling matches.
Remember? No, I'm afraid I don't. Who are you wrestling?
Well, never mind. Gracie, could I borrow a few handkerchiefs?
Well, sure, Tootsie. Didn't you bring any?
Yes, but I've used all mine to get acquainted with men. I keep dropping them on the sidewalk, and they keep kicking them into the gutter.
Oh. Well, why don't you try dropping them in the gutter?
Oh, I don't care to meet that class of man. Goodbye.
Now, what were we saying, Madeline?
Well, about your practicing, Gracie. I'm trying to memorize a part right in the next room, and there are no other rooms available. You understand, don't you?
Oh, yes. You can't help listening when I pour my soul out on the keyboard.
I knew you'd understand.
You know, I'd stop in a minute if George wasn't so stubborn.
George?
Yes. He doesn't want me to give the concert until I'm as good as Rachmaninoff. So I have to practice.
Gracie, please don't practice anymore. I mean, really, you're as good as Rachmaninoff right now.
Well, you know that, and I know it, and Rachmaninoff knows it, but George is so stubborn.
Gracie, there must be some way you could persuade George to let you play the concert without practicing.
Have you any ideas?
Well, one of my friends can make her husband do anything because she once caught him flirting. Did you ever catch George?
Oh, no. He never looks at another woman.
But I've got to learn my part for that picture.
Well, wait, I've got it. We can help each other.
How?
Well, let me catch you, Freddie, with George.
Oh, no. George isn't exactly my type.
Oh, well, it's too bad. So, Madeline, I know you want to concentrate on your part, and I do get tired of this.
On second thought, George isn't so bad. In fact, he's becoming more attractive every minute. So I'll do it. I'll make love to George.
Oh, wonderful. That solves both our problems.
Yes, and someday I'll erect a monument, and the inscription will say, "To the memory of Madeleine Carroll, no actress can ever equal the sacrifice she made for the sake of the theater." Gracie, I've been thinking this over, and honestly, I don't believe I can go through with it.
Why not, Madeline? What's wrong?
Well, the idea of making love to George is a little too much for me. I've got cold feet.
Oh, well, he'll never notice that. Just keep your shoes on.
I mean, I'm nervous. Couldn't we call it off?
Well, we could, but if we do, I'll have to keep practicing for the concert, and you'll never be able to study your part for that picture.
Yes, there's that, and I simply must have peace and quiet if I'm ever to learn my lines. All right, Gracie, I'll do it.
Oh, good. But, Madeline, before we go on, I want to ask you, well, it's rather a personal question.
Well, what is it?
Well, do you know how to make love?
My dear girl.
Well, you see, you said you were nervous, and I suppose that means you haven't had any experience. And, well, maybe we better have a talk.
Are you suggesting that before I play this scene with your husband, I should be told about the birds and the bees?
Oh, no. I don't want you to chirp at him or buzz for him. I just want you to be convincing. Can you make your voice low and quivery?
Don't worry about my voice. I guarantee to make every syllable sound like it was wearing a sweater.
Oh, good. We've just got to put this over. Now, when George comes in, you'll be reclining on this divan. Would you like a rose to hold in your teeth?
No, I believe not. It might confuse George. He wouldn't know whether I was luring him or eating a salad.
Oh, there's George. Now, lean back, Madeline. Close your eyes. Yeah, that's right.
Quick, Gracie, run and hide. Come in. Oh, my beloved, at last you are here.
Huh? What?
My goodness, you're not the man I thought you were.
Oh, well, give me time, gorgeous. I just got here.
Please, you must go.
Go? Oh, gee, we just met. Ah, Maddie, you're beautiful. Your skin is like peaches and cream. Your lips are like cherries. Your hair...
Hadn't you better stop with just peaches and cherries? You've already used up 48 points.
Bill, if you don't hurry up and leave, you'll spoil everything.
Oh, really? Well, say, what are you girls up to, Gracie?
Well, I'm trying to catch George, and Madeline Carroll is the bait.
Madeline Carroll is the bait? Well, gee, what a sucker I am. You know, all my life I've gone fishing with worms. So long.
Oh. Madeline, isn't he cute?
Well, he might be fun in a soapy sort of way.
Well, look, George will be here any minute, so I'll go and hide again. And when you've got him trapped, I'll rush out.
Hey, shouldn't we have some sort of a signal?
Oh, yes. Look, when you're ready, why don't you say something to him in French?
All right. What about, l'amour? Toujours l'amour.
Oh, well, that's wonderful. It sounds even better than French. That must be George. Good luck, Madeline.
Come in.
Hello, Madeline.
Oh, my beloved, at last you are here.
Who? Me?
Yes, George, darling. George, my dearest. Didn't you know?
Why, who? Me?
It's useless to pretend any longer, George. I've tried to hide it, but I can't.
You can't?
No, darling. Hasn't it ever occurred to you that you're tremendously attractive?
Why, who? Me?
I must have you, George. I must have you, do you hear? Or I shall go mad. Mad, George, mad.
Mad?
Mad.
What, Madeline? I'm a married man.
Yes, I know you're worried about leaving your wife, but you needn't, George. Don't forget, I make a very nice living, too.
But I love my wife, Madeline.
No one shall stand in my way. Come here, to my arms.
Hey, cut it out, Madeline. Let go, don't do that.
L'amour, toujours l'amour.
Huh?
L'amour, toujours l'amour.
You just said that.
I know, but it doesn't seem to be getting results. L'amour, toujours l'amour.
Aha!
Oh, now, Gracie,
Oh, you cad, you two-timer. Sorry I was late, Madeline. I had to run in my stocking.
Oh, that's quite all right.
Oh, you beast, George Burns. Just think that you would...
Wait a minute. So you framed me, huh?
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. I just happened to walk in here and find you in the arms of a woman I'm absolutely certain is not your wife.
Uh-huh. Afraid it won't work. You're not going to play piano in Carnegie Hall March 16th. And that's final.
Well, Gracie, I guess our scheme's a failure. And I'm sorry I made love to your husband.
Oh, well, that's all right, Madeline.
And, Gracie, you know that stuff you wanted to tell me about the birds and the bees?
Uh-huh.
You better tell it to George. Goodbye.
You know something, George Burns?
What?
Oh, I didn't like that look in your eye while Madeline was hugging you.
Oh, go on. The only look I had was surprise.
In one eye. The other eye looked very happy.
You mean it was smiling?
I don't know. It seems to me that Madeline Carroll is a very dangerous woman to have in the next room to you. I'll fix that. Still there. That's lovely. I'll get her. That did it. Well, I got rid of her.
Look, Gracie, would you please forget the concert? I don't want you to get up in Carnegie Hall and make a fool of yourself.
Oh, don't worry, George. They laughed at all great musicians. They even laughed at Franz Schubert. But look at all the theaters named after him.
Yeah, that Paramount was a great musician, too. Sam, oh, good night, everybody.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
And now meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie.
Well, Gracie is still determined to play at Paul Whiteman's concert at Carnegie Hall next Tuesday. She's practicing now, and George and Paul are trying to make her listen to reason.
Gracie, you can't do this to me. You'll ruin my reputation.
What'd you say, Paul?
I said you can't do this to me. You'll ruin my reputation.
What'd you say, Paul?
For Pete's sake, will you stop playing and listen? Paul said you'll ruin his reputation.
Oh, well, that's silly, Paul. We won't be alone in Carnegie Hall. Thousands of people will be there.
Yeah, that's what he was afraid of.
But, Paul, I played with you last year at a concert given by the Beverly Hills Uplift Society.
But this is different. This is Carnegie Hall. All the critics will be there.
What'd you say, Paul?
I said all the critics will be there.
Pardon me, Paul. Hello? Oh, yes, the insurance company. Well, look, here's what I wanted. I'm going to play the piano in Carnegie Hall, and I want to insure my finger. Which finger? Why, the one I play the piano with. What? Oh, my, that's a lot of money. Well, I'll tell you what. Just insure it up to the first knuckle. Goodbye.
Gracie, we've been friends for a long time. Why don't you forget the concert?
What'd you say, Paul?
I said forget this concert.
Pardon me, Paul. Hello? Oh, hello, Mr. Steinway. No, I haven't decided yet. I may use yours or I may use somebody else's. Yes, I understand that you're willing to pay me. Well, I'll let you know later. Goodbye, Mr. Steinway.
You mean Mr. Steinway is willing to pay you? Steinway, the piano maker?
No, this Mr. Steinway makes celery tonic.
Celery tonic?
Yes, he wants me to have a bottle of it on the piano when I appear at Carnegie Hall.
Oh, Max Steinway celery tonic.
Yes.
Well, that's a real artistic touch.
Gracie, you've got to call this off. I won't stand for
What'd you say, Paul?
He said he won't stand for it.
Oh, persecute me as much as you like. I don't mind. Life has never been kind to great musicians. Look at Rimsky-Korsakov. Life must have been very difficult for him, especially if he liked to drink.
If he liked to drink?
Yes. Suppose he had a few drinks and somebody said, "Who are you?" And he had to say, "I'm Rimsky-Korsakov."
Yes, that's even hard to say when you're sober.
Yes.
Look, Gracie, you can't go through with this. It's musical suicide.
Oh, pardon me,
Critics
Paul,
attack
pardon
me.
me. I've
They'll
got to
be
see
on my
my little
ear.
darling
I can't begin to tell you what to...
Well, it looks like we can't stop her, Paul. Yes, sir, that's what it looks like. We can't stop her.
That's great. They used to call me the king of jazz, but from now on I'll be called the Mussolini of music.
Hi, fellas, what's doing?
Bill, look, we can't make Gracie give up the concert. Have you any ideas?
Well, let me see, George. Have you tried threatening her?
Bill, I told her that if she went through with this concert, she could start looking for a new husband.
Uh-huh. Well, why don't you try threatening her?
Well, what do you want me to do? Threaten to beat her? Threaten to whip her or to stop her?
Oh, now you can make a worse threat than that, George.
What?
Threaten to take away her Swan soap. Now, Gracie knows that Swan is the new white floating soap that's purer than finest Castiles, a regular Suds and Whips.
Bill, this is serious. Paul Whiteman's reputation is at stake.
Yeah, what do you think those critics are going to do to me?
The critics? Well, Paul, as the bar Swan said to the dirty dishes, here's where you get panned.
Oh, no.
You know, George, Swan is really great in that dishpan because it's purer than finest Castiles. And because it suds faster than other white floating soaps. And because it's purer than finest Castiles, it's kind to your hands. Helps keep them soft and lovely. So use Swan for every soap and water job around the house.
Bill, if you can think of a way to keep Gracie from playing the piano in Carnegie Hall, say so. And if you can't...
Wait, George, I've got it. Listen, I'll have a microphone in the wings. And every time Gracie starts to play, I'll start to sing and drown her out, huh?
You'll sing?
Oh, sure, Paul. Something popular like, break it off, break your bar, Swan in two. Break it off, It's the easy thing to do. Break it off.
Bill!
Well, George, you get the idea. I sing about Swan breaking in two with a simple twist of the wrist, so you can use half in the kitchen for dishes and cleaning and the other half in the bathroom for your hands and face.
Bill, I've got enough trouble. You're not going to sing about Swan at my concert.
Oh, well, Paul, if Gracie plays the piano, the whole concert will be your Swan song. Goodbye.
Well, he was a big help. I wish I knew someone who could just talk Gracie out of this.
Say, wait a minute. What about Deems Taylor?
Deems Taylor?
Yeah, you know that big shot with the Allegro and Donnie Mob?
Do you really think he can help us?
Sure. If Deems tells Gracie not to play, she won't play. Nobody in music packs more weight than he does.
Well, I wouldn't say that, Paul.
Slip of the tongue, George, slip of the tongue.
Gracie.
In here.
Gracie, I'd like to talk.
Later, dear. Herman and I are busy discussing the opera, aren't we, darling? Uh-huh.
Well, that's fine. Discussing opera with a silly duck. Oh, yeah? Well, you're one with feathers.
Well, I don't blame Herman a bit. He thinks we don't know anything about opera, Herman. Well, come on, darling. Let's show him. Ready? Da 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 da.
Oh, no.
Da 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 da.
This is awful.
It is not. Don't mind him, Herman. I think you're wonderful. Come on. Da 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 da.
Gracie, will you please give up the silly concert?
Well, no, George, and let's not argue any further. You just don't realize that I've got music inside of me.
Okay, but do you have to let it out in Carnegie Hall?
It's just no use, George.
Well, maybe I can't talk you out of it, but I'm expecting someone here any minute who can. Deems Taylor.
Who?
Deems Taylor. Don't you know who Deems Taylor is?
I don't even know who Deem is.
Gracie, Deems Taylor is one of the finest musicians in America.
I don't care. He can't talk me out of it.
But he's important. He's even composed a couple of operas.
He has?
Sure.
Real operas like Carmen or Miranda?
Yeah, the names of his last two are Faust and Luce. Oh. Come in.
How do you do? I'm Deems Taylor.
Well, come right in, Mr. Taylor. I'm George Burns, and this is Gracie.
Hello, and you can't talk me out of it.
Well, Gracie, in fairness to you, I think I ought to hear you play before we begin this discussion. Would you?
Oh, well, gladly. This is the piece I'm going to present in Carnegie Hall.
That's all of it?
Well, yes. Didn't it do something to you?
Certainly did. I'm sure it did something to Chopin, too, and he's not even here.
You see, George, Mr. Taylor thinks I'm wonderful.
You'd better straighten this out fast, Deems.
Right. Gracie, I'm a man who has devoted his life to the classical traditions of music. In fact, well, many people refer to me as a long-haired musician.
Oh, well, that's not nice. They shouldn't make fun of you just because you haven't...
Gracie.
Well, he hasn't.
Never mind.
No, I mean that I'm qualified to defend those traditions. Really, Gracie, you shouldn't play in Carnegie Hall.
Why not?
Well, may I tell you a little story?
Well, can George hear it, too, or is it, you know?
Well, no, this story hasn't even a trace of, you know. It concerns a young man of my acquaintance, a real virtuoso.
Oh, doesn't drink or smoke, huh?
As far as I know, he doesn't even chew gum. But that's beside the point. For years, this young man has been trying to get into Carnegie Hall. 12 hours every day he sits at the piano. No food, no rest. But he doesn't mind that. Only one thing bothers him.
No cushion.
He doesn't need a cushion. Gracie, don't you understand why I told you that story?
Well, of course I do.
Good.
You want me to give the poor man a ticket to my concert.
George.
I know, Deems. That's Gracie.
She must be so confusing to come home to.
You said it.
Well, you see, Mr. Taylor, I don't have to practice like that poor man. Mine is a natural gift. My whole family is musical.
Indeed.
Oh, yes, indeed. It only took my sister Bessie 5 years to learn to play the cello.
Well, isn't 5 years rather long to learn to play the cello?
Oh, I don't think so. Not when you consider that for 4 years she thought she was supposed to blow into it.
George!
I know.
Baffling, isn't it?
Yes.
Oh, well, come in.
Hello, Gracie. Oh, I see you have company.
Mr. Taylor, this is my girlfriend, Tootsie Sagwell. I hope you'll forgive her if she seems a little forward. You see, she's simply crazy about musicians and other types of men.
Say, Deems, you were talking to Gracie, remember?
Oh, yes. As I was saying, Gracie, your musical talent is at least open to...
He's cute, isn't he, Tootsie?
Yeah. I love his dimples.
Girls, would you please let the man talk? Go ahead, Deems.
Thanks. Well, as I was saying, Gracie, your musical talent isn't what you might
Don't you think his eyes are nice, Tootsie? Trustful, sort of like a St. Bernard.
Yes, and I adore that straight nose and that high forehead.
Look, would you girls just stop dissecting me just long enough for me to finish a sentence? As I was saying, Gracie...
Don't you love his ears, Tootsie? He's got so much character in them.
Gracie, I'm telling you for the last time, I want you to listen to what Deems is saying. And don't interrupt him again.
Yes, dear. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Deems.
Well, as I was saying, music, Gracie, is a thing that one either has within him or one doesn't have at all. Now, I want to be fair in your case. I've given the matter very careful consideration, and Gracie,
you don't think he's too old for you, do you, Tootsie?
Well, that I'm not quite sure of, Gracie, but don't worry, I'm planning to find out.
Oh, no, you're not. I'm getting you out of here right now. Goodbye.
Wait, Deems. You can't go. Think what will happen to music.
Brother, I can't stay. Think what will happen to me.
That's fine. Now look what you've done. Chase Deems Taylor right out of the place.
Well, George, this time I don't blame you for being upset. I know you feel awful about it, and I do too. Really, I do.
Well, you ought to feel awful.
Oh, I do. He was the nicest fiancé Tootsie ever had. Oh, don't cry, Tootsie. I'd do anything to get you a fella. Anything. I'd even give up my musical career. Oh, Gracie. Oh, Tootsie.
Oh, nuts. Cut it out.
All right.
How do you do? I'm Jose Turbi.
How do you do? Paul Whiteman phoned and said you were coming, Mr. Turby. Do you think you can keep Gracie from doing this concert?
Mm-hmm. Certainly. I will tell your wife that I, myself, will play for Mr. Whiteman.
Well, you don't know my wife. She thinks she's a better pianist than you'll ever be.
You must marry some very peculiar people, Mr. Burns.
Yes, that I do. Oh, Gracie.
Yes, dear.
Gracie, I'd like you to meet Senor Jose Iturbi.
Senor Iturbi? Oh, aren't you the man who sells my husband his cigars?
Gracie, Mr. Iturbi sells very few cigars. Maybe not a half a dozen Coronas a month.
Oh.
I am a pianist, Mrs. Burns, and I would like to play in Carnegie Hall next week instead of you.
Why, Mr. Iturbi, do you want to ruin Paul Whiteman's concert?
It wouldn't ruin it. Really, I play the piano as well as you do.
Oh, please.
But I do. Suppose we have a little contest to decide who is the better pianist.
Well, that's all right with me. And may the best woman win.
Well, this is what I've been waiting for.
Now, I want you to listen very carefully, Mr. Iturbi.
Well, go on.
Well, that's the piece I'm going to play in Carnegie Hall.
¿That?
Well, sure.
Esta mujer está completamente fuera de
I know just how you feel, Jose.
Now, I want you to listen very carefully, Mrs. Burns, while I play.
Oh, come in.
Hello, people. What goes on?
Shh, Bill. Mr. Turby is just about to play something on the piano.
Oh, gee, it's Jose Turby, the maestro himself. Oh, Mr. Turby, this is a great thrill for me.
Well, thank you.
Well, so long, Mr. Turby.
I'm sorry about the interruption, Jose.
Oh, that's all right. I understand.
Oh, good. Well, go right ahead and play.
Oh, yes, by all means, Mr. Turby.
Now, quiet, Gracie.
Well, Gracie?
Well, it was nice, but of course I'm a concert artist and I don't know anything about that boogie-woogie.
Boogie-woogie?
Well, it's obvious who won the contest, Mr. Turby, but don't take it to heart. You play very nicely with some of your fingers.
This is too much.
Well, goodbye, Mr. Turby. I have to get back to my girlfriend. She had a very sad experience today. She lost her fiancé, and I promised her I'd do anything in the world to get... Hey, wait a minute. Mr. Turby, would you really like to play that concert?
I certainly would.
Well, I think it might be arranged.
Really? You'll let him do it?
Uh-huh.
Oh, boy, that's all I want to hear. Wait till I tell Whiteman the good news.
Good. Now everybody's happy, and the concert will be a true artistic success. I will lay them in the aisles. Well, so long.
Oh, wait, Mr. Turby, that isn't all. Have you heard the expression, you scratch my back and I'll scratch yours?
Mm-hmm. No, but it sounds like fun.
Well, it means swapping favors. I've done you a favor. Now, I want you to do me a favor.
What do you want me to do?
Well, I want you to make love to a girl.
That's a favor?
Yes.
What sort of a girl is she?
Well, what sort of a girl do you like?
Mm-hmm. Well, I like them blonde. I like them brunette. I like them tall. I like them short. See what I mean?
Well, how wonderful! I found a man for Tootsie.
Tootsie?
Yeah, and just wait until you see her. She's so different. She's right in the other room.
I must feast my eyes on this little tomato. Ask her to come out.
Oh, Tootsie.
Yes, Gracie?
Mr. Jose Turby, a piano player, is out here. He'd like to meet you.
Yes, Tootsie, please, come out.
Well, all right. Here I
am. Please, go back in.
Oh!
ask you a question?
Yes, Mr. Turvey?
This is, a girl?
Well?
I will go even further. This is, a woman?
Well, she's my very dearest friend. And don't forget, either you make love to Tootsie or I'll play the concert.
You are a very tough character, Mrs. Burns.
Well, what do you say?
This is the most difficult decision. If I don't make love to Tootsie, you will play the concert.
Yes.
If that happens, I will never be able to hold up my head again. Everyone will say, Jose Turvey is a traitor to music.
Oh, come, Mr. Turvey. Are you a coward?
Enough. I have made up my mind.
Well, here's Paul, Jose. I told him the good news.
Yes, Jose, and I can't thank you enough. Well, you saved my life.
Mine, too. For the first time in 3 weeks, I can relax.
Oh, what a wonderful feeling. Now, Jose, how about playing the number we'll hear at my concert?
Okay, boys. This is the number you will hear at Carnegie Hall next Tuesday night.
Shh. Quiet, everybody. Go ahead, Jose.
George, I've been thinking things over. This concert is coming between us.
It certainly is.
After all, I'm first a wife and second a musician.
That's right.
My first duty is to you.
Absolutely.
Well, here's a ticket in the first row at Carnegie Hall next Tuesday.
Good night, folks.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
And now meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie.
Well, folks, this is the night. The night on which Gracie has sworn to play the piano at Paul Whiteman's concert in Carnegie Hall. As the 0 hour approaches, the music world stands aghast, stunned, appalled at the impending disaster. Says one of New York's leading music patrons.
Oh, I can't understand Paul Whiteman allowing this outrage. After all, Mr. Whiteman has one of the widest backgrounds in music.
Also, told of Gracie's concert, Leopold Stokowski summed up the entire situation when he said, Meanwhile, in her New York hotel room, Gracie is getting ready to leave for Carnegie Hall, while George, exhausted but still game, tries to reason with her.
Gracie, listen to me. If you give up this concert, I'll do anything in the world you want me to do. Anything at all.
Anything?
Anything.
Can my mother come and live with us?
Well, Gracie, I'll be happy to have your mother come and live with us.
Oh, I'm awfully glad you feel that way, dear, because the trunks arrived today.
Oh, well. Anyway, you're going to call the concert off.
Oh, no, dear. My concert tonight is dearer to me than anything in this world.
Dearer to you than me?
Yes, George. It's even dearer to me than Herman.
Well, I give up.
Oh, just think. All the celebrities will be in Carnegie Hall tonight. The mayor, the governor, the 400. Maybe even the big business tycoons like Mr. Black. And also
Mr. Black?
Yes.
He's a business tycoon?
Oh, he must be. I've heard so much about his famous chain of markets.
Oh, the black market. See what you mean.
Oh, dear. And there in the middle of the stage, under a brilliant spotlight, will be a white piano. Now, I walk from the wings and sit down at the piano. The house falls down.
Just in time.
I lift my hand above the keyboard like this. A dramatic pause. And then a flood of golden melody pours from my finger.
Then what happens?
Bedlam breaks loose.
You're not kidding.
I take bow after bow. They bring up flowers. The mayor presents me with the keys to the city, and I say, thank you, Bud. And then
Wait a minute. You're going to call Mayor LaGuardia Bud?
Well, isn't that a little flower?
Oh, yes. Bud, I get it. Yes.
And then I want you to walk on the stage and take a bow with me, George.
I'm not going out on the stage tonight at Carnegie Hall. In fact, I'm not going to be there at all.
Oh, but dear, I want you to share in the glory. I want everybody to applaud you and cheer for you. I want people to look at you with admiration and say to each other, I wonder who he is.
Well, just forget it. I'll be afraid to show my face after this concert. Not alone go to Carnegie Hall.
Come in.
Gracie!
Tootsie!
Oh, Gracie, you'll never believe the news. My wildest dream has been realized. The impossible has come true.
Well, what, Tootsie, what?
A man asked me for a date.
Oh, no.
Yes. Oh,
Oh, murder. Look, if you girls will pardon me, I'll go in and phone this to Ripley.
Oh, well, tell me all about your boyfriend, Tootsie.
Oh, he's divine. Strong as an ox and twice as handsome.
Well, Tootsie, how did you meet him?
Oh, it was just luck. He's a taxi driver, and I happened to take his cab. That's all.
Well, what happened?
Well, he drove along in silence for a while, and then he turned around and said to me, has anyone ever told you you're beautiful? And I said, no. And then we drove along in silence for a while more.
Oh, Tootsie, it sounds so romantic. Then what happened?
Well, in a little while he asked me to come up sup with him, so I did, and then he began to make love to me.
Oh, did he stop the cab?
No, but he turned off the meter.
Say, Tootsie, he was pretty fresh.
I know. Isn't it wonderful?
Well, tell me, didn't you say anything to him at all?
Well, I think I did say wow a couple of times.
Oh, well, I just can't blame you, Tootsie. Oh, imagine you having a date. Are you going to bring him to Carnegie Hall?
Well, I don't know, Gracie. You see, being a taxi driver, he has to go right on working while we date. He'll drive with one arm and date with the other.
Oh. Well, look, if you drive by Carnegie Hall, try to get him in for a few minutes. Oh, come in.
Hi, Gracie. Is George around? I got some wonderful news for him.
Well, he was here a minute ago, Bill.
Hello, Bill.
Oh, hello, Tootsie.
Didn't you see me standing over here?
Well, I wasn't sure, Tootsie. You see, I had lobster for dinner, and sometimes it doesn't agree with me.
Oh, Bill Goodwin, you stop being mean to her. If you don't, her steady bow will give you a good whipping.
Her steady what? Well, excuse me, girls. I've got to find George. This is very important. Oh, George. George.
What is it, Bill?
George, listen. I've got an idea how we can keep Gracie from doing that concert.
Really, Bill?
Absolutely. I guarantee to keep Gracie out of Carnegie Hall tonight.
Oh, great. Well, tell me about it, quick.
Well, I got the idea riding along in a taxi.
Yes?
I start talking to this taxi driver, see? I said, how's business? He said, fine.
Bill, please, the idea. Gracie will be leaving for the concert any minute.
Well, here it is. Now, get this. We slip my friend the taxi driver a $10 bill, and we plant him here in front of the hotel. Now, when Gracie gets in, he takes her any place but Carnegie Hall.
Say, that sounds wonderful.
Where'll he take her? I don't care. Brooklyn.
Hey, wait. Wait a minute, Bill. I still love that girl.
Well, okay, he'll drive her around the park. Now, you get Gracie ready. I'll have the taxi waiting in front of the hotel.
Swell. Get going.
Okay.
Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, no, not that. Oh, Gracie.
Yes, dear.
Sweetheart, I've been thinking things over, and I've changed my mind. I want you to do the concert tonight.
Oh, George, do you mean that?
Absolutely.
Oh, I'm so glad. We would never have these silly misunderstandings if you were more like me. Whenever we have an argument, I always see things my way.
I know.
Oh,
well,
George, you'll be so thrilled when you hear me play the works of the great masters. Of course, I don't play them exactly as they wrote them. I put in my own improvements. Well, you might say that they composed them and I decomposed them.
How true. Well, come along, darling. It's almost time to leave for Carnegie Hall.
Well, Gracie's getting ready to leave for Carnegie Hall. Poor Gracie. She doesn't know that George and I are cooking up a deal with a taxi driver to keep her away. Well, here she is talking to her little duck, Herman.
Oh, isn't it thrilling, Herman? Just think, in a few hours, Mama will be the rage of New York. Oh, I just can't wait for the big moment. Are you as excited as I am, Herman? Oh. And darling, while Mama's at Carnegie Hall, don't you leave this room. Herman, how dare you use such language? I know where you learned it, too, and believe me, you're never going to Central Park Lake again. That lake gets the worst class of ducks in town. Well, it's no use carrying on, Herman. I won't have you getting mixed up with those freshies over there. All they do is hang around with a worm in their bills and honk when the girl ducks fly by. Oh, well, I see. You're thinking of that little girl duck you like. The one with the soft feathers. Well, darling, I guess I shouldn't make anybody unhappy on the night I'm so happy. You can see her again, Herman. Oh.
You ready, dear?
Oh, yes, I'm all dressed up, George. How do I look? Simply gorgeous, huh?
Well.
In fact, you've never seen me so beautiful in your whole house. Life, huh?
Uh-huh.
You say the sweetest things, dear.
Yes, I'm a regular old flatterer.
Oh, George, can I see you out here a minute?
Oh, sure. Pardon me, dear. Yes, Bill?
Well, George, it's all set. I slipped the taxi driver some dough, and now all you have to do is see that Gracie takes his taxi, and she'll never get to Carnegie Hall.
Great, Bill. That's $10 well spent.
Oh, he wouldn't do it for 10, George. Cost you $50.
$50?
Oh, sure. You see, he drives one of those share-the-ride taxis. And it was either pay him $50 or dig up 4 other women whose husbands wanted to get rid of them.
Well, I guess it's worth it. Now, Bill, you go down and tell the driver we'll be right there.
Okay, George.
Gracie, ready to leave?
Yes, dear.
Well, come on, we'll get a taxi.
Oh, no, I need some fresh air. I'd rather walk.
Oh, no. You can't walk. I wouldn't hear of it.
Well, why not?
Why not? Why not? Well, because it's, there's a blackout.
Are you asking me or telling me?
I'm telling you, it's black. It's black as coal. Can't see your hand in front of your face.
George.
What?
Look out the window.
Oh, what for? She always pulls the shades down when she's... Oh. You mean the lights?
Yes.
Yeah, that's funny. They're on, aren't they?
Well, they certainly are, and I'm going to walk.
But, Gracie, think of the shoe leather you'll waste. Shoes are being rationed now, you know. Only 3 pairs for each member of the family.
Oh, well, I'm not worried. I'll be able to get along on the 6 pairs.
But, Gracie, the streets aren't safe at night for a beautiful woman.
Oh, I never thought of that. Well, all right, dear, I'll ride.
Good.
I'll take the bus.
Oh, no. Let's take a taxi.
Oh, now that's funny. When I want to take a taxi, you always say, for goodness sake, why can't you take the bus?
Yeah, but not this time. Come on, let's get going.
Well, all right, dear.
Oh, George, this is the taxi right here.
All right. Come on, sweetheart. Hop in.
But aren't you coming with me, dear?
No. I'll be along later. I want you to have the spotlight all to yourself. I'd just be in the way.
Oh, well, I understand, George. It's hard for a man to be the husband of a great concert artist.
Yes.
People make fun of him. That's why I asked the hotel clerk to let me change our registration.
You changed our registration?
Yes. Instead of George Burns and wife, I made it Gracie Allen and friend.
All right.
That's me, lady. I'm just taking orders.
Oh, I don't blame you. I can tell by your face that you're one of those sweet, innocent people who are so easily led astray. You know, a moron.
Oh, gee, thanks. You know, you sound like a good scout, lady. Could I ask you a favor, huh?
That you could.
Look, would it bother you if I took my girlfriend for a ride? She's waiting for me on the next corner. I'm a very quiet knicker.
Ah, sweet. Well, of course you can have a date. I'll even drive if you'd like to come back here and dance a little. Well, I've heard so much about taxi dances. I suppose you have to put the top down, huh?
Yeah. Well, there she is, waiting for me. Here I am. You've been waiting long, Angel Puss.
Oh, it just seemed like years, Sugarfoot.
Tootsie.
Gracie, what are you doing in Sugarfoot's cab? Why aren't you in Carnegie Hall?
Because George hired Sugarfoot to keep me away. I never dreamed he was your cab driver.
Oh, shame on you, Sugarfoot.
But Angel Puss, I was just trying to turn an honest dollar.
Well, my friend is a great artist, and if you don't take her to Carnegie Hall right now, you'll get no hugging tonight.
Oh, Angel Puss.
I mean it, Sugarfoot. Either you give in or you'll just have to guess how many ribs I had.
Oh, just got me, Angel Puss. I'll do it for you.
What is this strange power I have, and where has it been all my life?
Next stop, Carnegie Hall.
Well, Paul, the first half of your concert was simply marvelous.
Oh, thanks, George. Gee, I'm sure happy you got rid of Gracie.
Oh, yes. Well, you don't have to worry about Gracie. She's somewhere in Brooklyn by now. You see, I had a cab.
Hello, dear.
Hello, sweetheart. You see, I had a cab. Gracie.
Surprise? The cab driver changed his mind.
Yeah, love conquered all.
Why, you double-crossing gorilla. For 2 cents, I would just...
You'd what?
Well, I guess there's not much a fella can do with 2 cents.
Paul, shall I go out and do my number now?
Gracie, it's impossible. There's no arrangement for you. The boys won't know what to play.
That don't matter. Just tell them to blow while they still got a neck to blow through.
But all Gracie can play is a scale. And she gets the last note of that wrong.
Stop moving, fatso.
Yes, sir.
Oh, you're so masterful, Sugarfoot. Oh, Bill Goodwin.
Yes, Gracie?
I want you to go out and announce my number right away.
But, gee, Gracie, I don't know what to announce. I can't just get out there.
Get going, Dimples. Introduce the little lady and make it sound classy, see?
Yes, sir. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we now come to the feature attraction of our concert, the eminent piano virtuoso, Miss Gracie Allen. Accompanied by Paul Whiteman and his orchestra, Miss Allen will play her famous composition, Concerto for Index Finger. This beautiful selection tells the melodic story of a boy and girl who fall in love beside a lake upon which floats a graceful white swan. The piano under the skilled finger of Miss Allen represents the bird's lilting call as she plays the haunting song of the swan. Lo, I am the new white floating soap, purer than finest Castiles. To which the flutes reply, money cannot buy a purer soap. Miss Allen then interprets the second or andante movement, in which the boy and the girl discuss their plans for the future. In this you will hear the famous aria, Liebescuddle, or Love's Embrace, as the boy tells the girl of the home he has planned and the baby they will have. In this passage, listen for the piccolos, which represent the delighted gurgles of the baby as it is bathed with swan. Of course, you folks know that swan is great for bathing the baby,
Because it's so pure, it's kind even to a little baby's tender skin. So you know it must be great for your hands and face, your tub or shower. Miss Allen will then conclude with the spirited Allegro movement, which represents the women of the village dancing gaily around the bridal couple as they sing the joyous finale. Hark, hark, we women of the village have long considered Castile soaps the standard of purity. But behold, Swan is even purer than finest Castiles. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my very great pleasure and privilege to present for her concert debut in Carnegie Hall, Miss Gracie Allen.
I'm as nervous as a kitten. But you can't blame me. This is the first time I've ever worn this dress. Well, go ahead, Paul. I'm ready. It's a little late, folks. We have to say good night. Good night, everybody. Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
And now meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. Well, this is the Burns' first morning back home after a brief visit to the East. And George is still sound asleep upstairs, peacefully unaware that at this moment a meeting is going on in his living room. Yes, you guessed it. It's that splendid organization whose very name is enough to give George the horrors, the Beverly Hills Uplift Society.
Oh, order, girls. Come to order, please. It's time for the meeting.
Oh, but Gracie, we want to hear some more about New York.
Yes, it must be such a fascinating place.
Oh, well, New York is just a city, girls, exactly like Los Angeles. Only New York grew up and Los Angeles grew sideways, that's all.
Gracie, maybe you better open up the meeting. It's getting late.
Oh, yeah, of course, Tootsie. All right. Ladies of the Beverly Hills Uplift Society, you may now consider yourselves opened up. Girls, while I was away, Vicki Gruskin took the minutes of the last meeting, and I think we all owe her a round of applause for her splendid work. Girls, a big hand for Vicki Gruskin. All right, that's enough, Vicki. I'll proceed with the minutes. The last meeting of the Beverly Hills Uplift Society was to have been held at the home of Mrs. Millie Taylor. But when her husband heard the news, he raised several objections and a floor lamp. However, the incident ended harmlessly when Mrs. Taylor grabbed it out of his hand and knocked out 3 of his front teeth with it.
My husband has a perfectly vicious temper. He certainly has.
Yes, Millie. I'm afraid that someday he'll get really mad at you and you'll kill him.
Gracie, go ahead with the minutes.
Oh, yeah. We then decided to hold the meeting at the home of Mrs. George Burns, who was away in the East. So we entered through a second-story window.
It was such fun, Gracie. I hadn't shinnied up a drain pipe since I was a little girl.
Really, Blanche?
Yes, and that was easily 10 years ago.
Oh, easily. Well, to continue, the meeting was declared open by Mrs. Bagley, who wore the same old Kelly green dress and a fascinator that obviously wasn't working. Oh, really, Vicki? You shouldn't let personalities creep into the minutes.
Well, I'm sorry, Gracie.
Well, you ought to be. There's no need to say things like that about our members. They know how badly they dress.
Well, I didn't mean anything.
Oh, my, there's the door. Excuse me, girls.
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, hello, Mr. Postman.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns. Gosh, it's wonderful to see you again.
Oh, did you really miss me?
I should say I did. I missed your sparkling wit and your madcap gaiety, which is so similar to my own.
Oh, you're sweet.
Honestly, I haven't had a good laugh since you left. May I have one now?
Well, of course. Go right ahead.
Now I feel better.
Oh. Well, did you ever make a trip to New York, Mr. Postman?
No, but I do correspond with a man who lives there, a Mr. Charles Atlas. He gives a course in bodybuilding.
Oh. And And you take it?
Oh, no, I just write in and give him helpful hints. My body doesn't need improvement. It would be gilding the lily.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just forgot how strong you are.
No offense, Mrs. Burns. This uniform hides my physique. But in the gymnasium, all my friends say that I'm built like a brick chimney.
Well, Mr. Postman, I'm just sure you are.
Well, here's your mail, Mrs. Burns. A little package from New York.
Oh, a package. Oh, good. I'm so glad it came in time for the meeting. Goodbye, Mr. Postman.
Goodbye, Mrs. Burns. And remember, keep smiling.
Come back to order, girls. Come back to order. Now, in a little while, I'll have a surprise for you. But first, we'd better get on with the meeting. Is there any old business?
Yes, Gracie. We still haven't decided on the official club flower for us girls to wear.
And we haven't decided on our official club greeting either.
Well, girls, I had a marvelous idea about that. We can combine both of them.
Really, Gracie? How?
Well, now, for the club flower, we can wear goldenrod. And for the club greeting, we can sneeze at each other.
Oh, I think that's splendid, don't you, girls?
Hello, Gracie.
Oh, hello, Bill.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know I was interrupting a meeting.
Oh, it's all right, Bill. Girls, you all remember Bill Goodwin?
Gracie, look. Don't ever have Charles Boyer over here. You know, if they do that for me, for him, they'd blow the walls down. Well, I really came over to see George. Where is he, Gracie?
Oh, he's still in bed, Bill. You see, he couldn't get any sleep on the train last night. He just laughed all night long.
He laughed?
Yes, he shared his berth with my darling little duck. And you know how ticklish George is.
Yes, Grace. Well, I'll go wake him up.
Oh, now that you're here, Mr. Goodwin, we simply must take advantage of this opportunity.
Must we?
Yes. We know that you and Tootsie were in New York together, and we're dying to know whether you two lovebirds became more intimate.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Tootsie. I hardly saw you in New York, except when I happened to pass in front of the YMCA.
But you gave me a cake for my birthday, Bill.
Well, Tootsie, I give all my friends a cake for their birthday. Well, goodbye, girls.
Oh, wait, Bill. You said I remind you of your mother. Well, don't you always kiss your mother goodbye?
Oh, sure I do.
Well,
Tootsie, see me Mother's Day. So long, girls.
goodbye, Bill.
George. Hey, George.
Oh, hello, Bill. I was just coming down. Gee, what a great sleep I had. Home sweet home.
Yeah.
Gracie probably has a wonderful breakfast all fixed. Come on, have a cup of coffee with us, Bill.
George, I wouldn't go in there. Let's have a cup of coffee at the drugstore.
Oh,
huh?
not me, Bill. It's too noisy and crowded down there. I like peace and quiet.
George, don't go in there.
Why not? It's my own little home. My own little love nest. Come on, Bill. Oh, no. Well, Gracie, this is fine. After all I've said, our very first day home, you invite those idiotic women here again.
George, I've asked you 1,000 times not to call them idiots.
And I've asked you 1,000 times not to invite them here.
Well, I'll tell you what. Let's compromise. You let me invite them here, and I'll let you call them idiots.
Well, I'm at the end of my rope. I've tried arguing with you, threatening with you, pleading with you, even bribing you. I don't know what else to do.
Well, let me see now. Why, it is difficult to think of anything, isn't it?
Yeah.
Have you tried beating me?
No.
Oh, you see? You're always ready to give up.
Yeah, but beating you is one thing I can't do.
How do you know? I'm not as strong as I look.
Okay, I know when I'm licked. I'm done, finished, through.
Aha, that's the old spirit. Now you're talking, attaboy.
Gracie, won't you please give up that club?
Oh, if you only knew the girls better, you wouldn't ask me to do that, dear. Why, do you know that they're waiting for me to come back right now so they can give me a medal?
They're going to give you a medal?
Mm-hmm. To commemorate my concert in Carnegie Hall last week.
Who thought that up?
One of the very women you were just saying all those nasty things about.
Who?
Me.
Well, that's very sweet of you giving yourself a medal.
I know, but I deserve it.
Oh, sure.
I made musical history when I played the piano in Carnegie Hall. Why, one critic said I was as good as Post.
As good as who?
Post? He said I played with all the depth and feeling of a Post.
A great musician, that Post.
Mm-hmm.
Tall, skinny fella.
Well, I don't know him.
Know him
I
well.
wish you'd come in with me and watch the ceremony, George. The postman just brought the medal, and it's simply beautiful. It's got a picture of me on one side and a picture of a fish on the other.
A fish?
Yes. Well, you see, I figured out that I played the scale 196 times in Carnegie Hall last week. And, well, if you count the scales on the fish...
I get it. You don't have to finish it. I see the whole thing.
Well, will you come in with me and listen to the presentation speech, dear?
Well, why not? I might as well be good and miserable.
Girls, I took the liberty of bringing my husband back into the meeting with me. All those in favor of making him our guest of honor will please say aye. All those in favor of just making him a guest, please say aye. All those in favor of not throwing him out, please say aye. Aye. Sit down, dear.
Thanks.
And now, girls, it's time for my surprise. The presentation of the Gracie Allen Memorial Achievement Award.
What sounds exciting.
Well, it's a medal which will be given each year to the member who has done most to make our club famous. Now, I'm the first winner because I not only made a recent contribution to musical history, but I also bought a medal.
Oh, that's
But who knows what the future may hold. Next year, Frances Fowler might win it with those new false eyelashes she invented.
Oh, they're really nothing, Gracie.
Why, I think they're clever. You should see them, George. They have 48 hairs, and when you go to the market, you pull one hair out for every ration point. Then, when your eyelashes are all gone,
you stop buying.
Yeah,
I thought that's a very clever idea.
Yes. Well, now, who'd like to make the presentation speech? How about you, Clara?
Oh, Gracie, I simply couldn't. I've never made a speech.
Well, it won't be hard. All you have to do is read what I wrote.
You wrote the speech yourself, Gracie.
Every word of it. Here you are, Clara. Go ahead.
Ladies of the Beverly Hills Uplift Society, it is my privilege to pay a greatly deserved honor to our most talented and illustrious member.
Oh, please.
Oh, no.
No artist of our time has done more to further the cause of music than this charming and lovely young woman.
Oh, my goodness, you're making me blush.
Her accomplishments have thrilled the nation, yet through it all, she has remained modest and, what's this word, Gracie?
Oh, let's see. Oh, unassuming.
Oh, thanks. She has remained modest and unassuming.
Oh, and don't think it's been easy.
Oh, no.
So I take pleasure in presenting the Gracie Allen Memorial Achievement Award to Gracie Allen.
Well, girls, I just don't know what to say. Your wonderful tribute has caught me completely unprepared.
Well, I've had all I can stand. I'm getting out of here.
Oh, congratulations.
Well, so help me if something isn't done to get those buzzards out of my hair.
Well, brother, they've really got you talking to yourself.
They certainly have, Bill. I'm going nuts. That club is making an old man out of me before my time.
Oh, now, George, why get so excited about a few months?
Well, no fooling, Bill. If Gracie doesn't get rid of that club, it's going to ruin my health.
Say, wait a minute. George, if you pretend you're ill, maybe she'll throw him out.
Oh, she'd know it was a phony.
Well, she wouldn't if her own doctor told her you were sick.
You mean that Dr. Lewis, that absent-minded crackpot?
Well, now, wait. Gracie thinks he's a great doctor, even though in his case the MD does stand for mentally deficient. Now, you get him to tell her the club is ruining your health, and that's the end of it.
Bill, you're wonderful. I love you. I could kiss you for this.
Oh, George, please remember you're a married man.
Oh, how could I forget it? What's keeping that screwball Dr. Lewis? I phoned him an hour ago.
Now, stop worrying. He'll get here, and when he does, you'll be a free man.
Bill, if this idea works, I'll owe you a big favor.
Just name the thing you want most, and I'll get it for you.
Oh, you couldn't do that, George. You don't know Paulette Goddard that well.
Oh, well, in that case, Bill, well, here's Dr. Lewis. Hope he isn't as absent-minded as he used to be. Come in.
How do you do? Is this the residence of Dr. Lewis?
Well, here we go again. Look, you're Dr. Lewis, and I asked you to come here.
Oh, to be sure.
Yes.
Well, I can see that an examination won't be necessary. You were mistaken, that's all, mistaken.
Look, Doc, all I want you to do
I'm
is...
sorry, but you're definitely not going to become a mother. Better luck next time.
Hey, Doctor,
Good day.
wait a minute, Doc.
No, I can't wait. I have an appointment with a man named Burns. He phoned and said that his wife's health was bad since he hit her with a club.
Dr. Lewis, you're just a little mixed up. This is Mr. Burns, and his health is bad because his wife's club holds its meetings here.
Ah, I understand. My wife belongs to a club, too, and I often say to her, Catherine, no, that's not her name. Isabel? No. Nancy? No.
How about Mrs. Lewis?
I'd love to meet her. Any friend of yours is a friend of mine.
Doctor, look. All you have to do is tell my friend's wife that he's sick.
Ah, but is he? I have to be sure. A man in my profession can't afford to go off half baked, shot, crack.
Oh, for Pete's sake.
Oh, you're a very nervous man, Mr. Sake. Or may I call you Pete?
Look, Doctor, I'm George Burns. Go right in there and tell my wife that those club meetings are ruining my health. Got it?
Oh, sure. I never forget a face.
Right this way, Doc. Oh, Gracie. Gracie, a friend of yours would like to speak to you.
Oh, hello, Dr. Lewis. I'm awfully glad to see you.
I'm delighted to see you, too. Who are you?
Well, I'm Mrs. Burns, don't you remember? I introduced you to my girlfriend, Tootsie Sagwell, and you took her out.
I did?
Well, you didn't exactly take all of her out, just her tonsils.
Doc, will you please tell her about Mr. Burns' health?
Oh, to be sure. Mr. Health is proud of his Burns, and he should be. First degree, you know.
Goodbye, Dr. Lewis. Outbeat it. Scram.
Well, I'd like to, but I haven't time. I've got to go.
Now, wait a minute, girls. What Dr. Lewis was trying to tell you is this. These club meetings of yours are ruining George's health.
Why, no.
Well, it's true. Why, when I walked in here this morning, he was as sick as he could be. He looked up at me with that pitiful little face of his, and he said, "Water, water, bring me water." So I gave him water.
Oh, isn't this awful, girls? Really, I never dreamed our club meetings were making George ill.
Yes, Gracie. And it's high time you women considered George, just as you've long considered Castile soaps the standard of purity. Of course, you know that Swan is even purer than finest Castile.
Oh, all right, Bill. You don't have to say any more.
Then you'll help him, Gracie?
Well, of course I will. After all, I married George for better or for worse. It would be awful if he got any worse.
Well, that's fine, Gracie. I'll go in and tell him he's as good as cured. Hey, George.
Yeah?
It's all set. Come on, upstairs.
You mean it worked?
Yeah, hurry. All you have to do is get into bed and act sick and no more club.
Oh, great.
Here, give me your robe.
Okay. I'll get into bed. Oh, come on. Get out of my bed, you silly-looking duck. Out. Oh, shut up.
Now, remember, George, get a sad look on your face. We've got to make this good if we're going to fool Gracie into thinking you're sick.
Now, wait a minute, Herman. Now, look, kid, it's sort of a game, that's all, a game. Quiet. For goodness sake, Herman, take it easy. Look, if you keep your big fat bill shut about this, I'll give you a nice sardine. What do you say? 2 sardines? Oh, holding out, huh? Well, 2 sardines is as far as I'll go. Okay, quiet. I'll give you the whole can. Now, go on. Beat it, you little blackmailer. Know what I'd like to do? I'd like to take that little duck. Hey, do I hear Gracie coming up the stairs?
Yeah, I think so. Hurry, get sick. Groan.
Oh,
put something into it. You're supposed to be sick. Groan.
Oh.
George, is that the best you can do? Think of your income tax.
Oh.
That's it. Now keep going.
Oh.
Oh, George, darling, I heard you were terribly sick, dying maybe. So I rushed right up here the minute we finished discussing Mrs. Palmtag's new hairdo.
Oh. Well, thanks, dear.
Oh, what's the matter, dear? Where have you got a pain?
All over.
Oh, dear, you couldn't have it in a worse place.
Oh.
Stick out your tongue, George. Oh, my goodness. No wonder you're sick with a thing like that in your mouth.
Oh.
Gracie, come on. You're holding up the meat here.
Yes, now, girls, please. My husband is desperately ill. How dare you think that I'd leave his side to go downstairs and attend a silly meeting?
Oh.
I love my husband, and I'm going to stay with him. Why, if anything happened to George and I wasn't here, I'd never forgive myself.
Thank you, darling.
So we'll hold our meeting right in this room.
Oh,
No.
my God.
No, you're not going to hold
George, you shouldn't say mean things about our club. The girls are very patriotic.
They are, huh?
Well, yes. Today at the meeting, I was supposed to serve them pancakes and butter. But they were so patriotic, they refused to touch a single pancake. All they ate was our butter.
Our butter? Gracie, haven't you been reading the paper? You can't get that anymore.
Oh, was it butter? We thought it was batter.
Oh.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
And now meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. Well, now it's just after breakfast at the Burns house, and we find George and Gracie still in the dining room. George reading his morning paper, and Gracie deeply engrossed in a fascinating new book.
Let me see. The blue ones are for canned goods, and the red ones are for meat, butter, fat, cheeses.
Gracie, what are you mumbling about?
Nothing, dear. I'm just looking at my ration book. Say, 2 pounds of short ribs equal 1 pound of butter, unless they have the bone taken out. Of course, in which case they equal 3 cans of tuna fish. Now,
Are you
1 pound
sure
of bacon...
you understand how this thing works?
Oh, George, it's the simplest thing in the world. Of course I understand it. Why, it's who does?
Look, it's very simple. The blue stamps are for canned goods, and the red stamps are for meat.
I wish there were more red stamps. I love meat. Say, I wonder how much the cleaner would charge to dye the blue stamps red. Forget it, huh?
I would, yes. All you have to remember is not to spend more than your quota of points. When those red and blue coupons are gone, you're sunk.
Well, I'd still have the white coupons left in the other book.
No, but all you can get with those is coffee, sugar, and shoes. And you wouldn't like that.
No, I like coffee, sugar, and cream.
Yeah. That's because shoes are harder to paw. Yeah.
Excuse me, George. There's someone at the door.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns. And top of the morning to you.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Postman, and the rest of it to you. How are you feeling today?
Glorious, Mrs. Burns. Simply glorious. This spring air is such a tonic. Every time I take a deep breath, I just want to cry out with ecstasy.
Well, don't hold yourself back. Go ahead.
Thanks. Oh, now I feel better.
Well, I must try that sometime. Any mail for us this morning, Mr. Postman?
Yes, indeed. A whole raft of seeds and gardening magazines.
Oh, yes, I sent away for those. I'm going to surprise George. We're going to have a victory garden in the backyard.
Oh, your husband will love working in the garden. That's what keeps me the muscular, clear-eyed specimen of rugged manhood I am.
Well, of course, our victory garden will just be on a small scale. A few radishes, onions, tomatoes, corn, wheat, barley, rye, oats, alfalfa, hay.
All that?
Well, the cow will have to have something to eat.
Are you going to keep a cow in the backyard?
Oh, well, I can't keep her in the house. You should have heard the fuss George raised when my mother stayed with us.
Oh, goodness. You're going to have a regular farm.
Yes, we're even going to raise chickens. In fact, George is inside sitting on the eggs right now.
Your husband is going to hatch the chickens?
Yeah, but he doesn't know it. You see, I hid the eggs under the cushion of his easy chair.
You're a character, Mrs. Burns. Well, lots of luck with your farm.
Oh, well, thank you, and goodbye, Mr. Postman.
Goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
Oh, I wonder if it'll be hard for me to change from Gracie Allen, the beautiful, sophisticated city girl, into Gracie Allen, the farmer. Let's see now. Morning, Mrs. Higgins. Can I help you churn margarine? Why, it's easy.
Who was that, Gracie? The postman?
Yep, sure was, by Cracky.
By Cracky?
Yeah, that's farmer talk by Heck.
Gracie, do you feel all right?
Tolerable, Hiram, tolerable.
Hiram? Tolerable? What is all this?
Well, George, we're through with the hollow sham of city life. We're going back to the soil. I've decided to plant a victory garden.
Well, that's fine. A victory garden is a swell idea. But we don't have to make ourselves for Lum and Abner.
Oh, well, you love being a farmer, George. It's so helpful, breathing in that fresh, clean, sweet morning air as you feed the pigs.
Oh, stop.
I know a lovely poem about country life. Would you like me to recite it for you?
Well...
Of course you would. The curfew parts the toll of homeward day. The weary cows wind slowly up a tree. The world plods o'er the lea when Nell's away and leaves the plowman in the dark with me. Beautiful, huh?
Yeah, the greatest thing of its kind. Look, we're not going to have a farm. All we're going to have is a victory garden.
Yeah, just a sweet little victory garden. And I'll be at your side singing an old country song to cheer you on. We'll work together with a yo-ho-ho. You'll ho and I'll ho.
We'll both ho? I thought maybe you'd like to yo and I'll ho.
Won't you love getting up at 4 o'clock every morning to milk the cow?
Yes, I'll yo and you'll yo, yeah. Look, if I had a cow, I couldn't milk it.
Oh, you could, too. You squeeze oranges beautifully, and they don't even have a gadget on them.
Gracie, if you don't mind, I'll stick to oranges. I have yet to have an orange kick me.
Hi, people. What's new?
Hello, Bill.
Hello, Bill. I'm so glad you came. Now you can take our order.
Order?
Yes, you know, we farmers don't get to see you traveling salesmen very often.
I'm a traveling salesman?
Yeah, Bill, that's what you are, and Gracie wants me to be a farmer. Isn't that silly? What do I know about vegetables?
Are you kidding? I remember your vaudeville act.
Isn't he cute, George?
Yes, he's a regular suds and whiz.
Oh, I have a wonderful idea. Let's adopt Tootsie Sagwell.
Adopt Tootsie Sagwell?
Well, certainly. We're farmers, and if we adopt her, she'll be a farmer's daughter, and if Bill is a traveling salesman...
Never mind. But, Gracie, just look at this backyard of ours. It's so small. By the time we put a victory garden in here, we just won't have room for one of those.
George, we've got to have one. My grandfather's farm had one.
But we don't need one, sweetheart. Besides, they don't build them anymore.
Oh, sure they do. Whenever you drive through the country, you see one in the back of every farmhouse.
We have no use for one, sweetheart. Our house is modern.
Oh, all right. But I still say a farm isn't a farm without a well.
Well, we'll just have to get along without one.
Yes, dear. Now listen to the way I've got everything arranged. Right over there, we'll plant one radish vine or bush or whatever it is. That'll give us enough radishes for years and years.
From one plant?
Oh, George, you don't know anything about farming. Haven't you ever heard that radishes repeat?
Oh, yes. I remember hearing that.
And now right over here next to my swan gladiolus bulbs, I'll plant a few acres of potatoes. And then...
Few acres.
Yes. And...
Gracie, do you know how big an acre is?
Well, I suppose it depends on the size of the acre.
Yes, there are big acres and little ones.
Yeah. Well, we've just got
Buy them in a paper bag.
Yeah, oh, do you? Well, we've just got to raise potatoes, George. Remember that every potato that we grow will release a potato for some soldier to peel.
Yes, we must take care of the boys on KP.
Yes. Of course, we've got to help all these things grow ourselves, dear. I read somewhere that plants need vitamins, so I'll take those super pep pills out of your medicine cabinet and put a pill in with each tomato plant.
What? Those expensive pills of mine?
But, darling, you never take them yourself.
Of course I take them. I take one of those super pep pills every morning.
Really?
Certainly.
Oh, dear. Then I guess they wouldn't do the tomatoes much good either.
No, they'll come up pretty, but weak.
Oh, there's the man I've been expecting. You stay here and water the chores.
What man?
Now, I'll be right back. Hello.
Howdy.
I suppose you're the man from the employment agency?
Yes, and they said you wanted somebody to do the heavy work on the farm.
That's correct. I need a hired man. What's your name?
William Wright, ma'am.
Have you a middle name?
Horace, ma'am.
Mm-hmm. William Horace Wright.
Yes.
I'll call you Zeke.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had any experience on a farm, Zeke?
Oh, yes. I've spent most of my life on one. Never done much else.
Well, of course, that may be true, but before I hire you, I ought to make sure that you're really an expert.
Yes.
Do you mind if I ask you some questions about farming?
No, go ahead. Go right ahead.
Oh. How many legs has a sheep?
4.
Good, you're hired.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks. But where is this farm?
Right out there, see?
Where?
There. The east pasture is in front of the barbecue pit. And you'll be able to see the west pasture after we move the garbage pail.
Lady, maybe this ain't the job for me after all.
Oh, you mustn't feel that way, Zeke. I always say, oh, wait, I've got an idea. Why don't we let my husband be the hired man so he can have muscles like yours and let you do his work?
Well, that all depends, ma'am. What does your husband do? I said, what does your husband do?
Just a minute, I'm trying to think.
Oh.
You have breakfast about 11, then read the morning paper until you've won the war, then you go into the den to work.
What kind of work?
Well, I'm not sure, but after a few hours, you come out and see if I bought another new hat. And I seldom disappoint you.
Is that all I do?
Oh, no. You've got to hate my mother, too.
What?
And I almost forgot. 2 nights a week, you fool me completely.
How?
Well, on Tuesday nights, you tell me you're going to a conference. That's a poker game.
Yeah.
And on Saturday nights, you tell me you're going to a lecture. That's a burlesque show.
Well, lady, I'm just a farmhand.
You might as well start to work right away. Just put your feet on the table, and I'll bring you some cigars.
Oh, it ain't real. Stuff just like this just don't happen.
Gracie, I finished the, Hey, who are you?
I ain't sure, but I think I'm the hired man.
Hired man? Hired to do what?
Smoke cigars and go to burlesque shows.
Are you a little bit nuts?
No, but the lady who hired me might be. She wants her husband to do the farm work so he'll get to look like me.
Well, I happen to be her husband.
Oh, gosh, if I do your work, I might get to look like you. Goodbye.
Well, of all the... Gracie. Oh, Gracie.
Yes, dear. Where's Zeke?
I got rid of him. We don't need a hired man for a little victory garden.
Oh, all right. But now you have to do your work and his, too. You'll have to go to the burlesque show and take care of the cow.
Look, we're not going to have a cow. I told you I don't even know how to milk one.
I know. That's why I ordered an electric milker.
An electric milker?
Sure, it's a real convenience. If we want a glass of milk, all we have to do is plug in the cow.
Well, I get it.
Gracie, let's just settle for a little victory garden. We don't know anything about farming.
Well, I do. My grandmother and grandfather had a farm, and when I was 6 years old, I spent 2 whole days on it. So naturally, I know all about farming.
Oh, naturally. You're an authority.
Yes.
Yes.
You see, dear, you just didn't marry an ordinary woman.
You're telling me.
And besides, dear, I want you to be a great man. And practically all of our great men came from farms. Look at our presidents. Thomas Jefferson, Abraham Lincoln, Floyd Bunce, Calvin Coolidge.
Floyd Bunce?
Yes.
Floyd Bunce was a president?
Sure, president of the Can't Creep Girdle Company.
Oh, yes, he's been associated with some of our biggest national figures. Now, look, sweetheart.
Oh, it's my darling little ducky. Oh, Mama has some wonderful news for you, Herman. We're going to be farmers just like my grandma and grandpa. Yes, really. The farmer in the dell. The farmer in the dell. Hi, Herman.
Ah, yes, and to think I could save 15 points by eating that thing.
Oh, now, Herman, we mustn't blame Daddy for being upset. All farmers have big problems today. He has to worry about the cows and the chickens and... Oh, I just remembered. We'll have to get a rooster. A cute little rooster. Oh, Herman. Herman, you're jealous. Oh, well, don't worry, darling. We won't get one. Would you like to be Mama's little rooster? All right. Now, the first thing every morning when you get up, you ruffle your feathers, you spread out your wings, and lay an egg. But, Herman, the most important thing a rooster does is crow. Now, let Mama hear you crow, darling. Now, try again. That's not bad for a little duck. Now, let's show Daddy. Oh, George, come on and... Oh, Bill, are you back?
Yes, Gracie.
Oh, boys, Herman has just learned to do the cleverest thing. Herman, show your Daddy George how you got to greet him every morning.
Oh, go on.
Oh, no, Herman. That's the way you greet him now. He's learned to crow like a rooster, George. And he's going to wake you up at 4 o'clock every morning.
Now, wait a minute. He's not going to...
Well, that's when Grandma and Grandpa always get up. Now, come on, Herman. You've got to practice your crowing, huh?
See what I mean, Bill? Now she wants me to be like her grandfather.
Even more?
This is no joke. I don't want to live like her grandfather did.
Well, now look, George, if you want Gracie to drop this idea, tell her she'll have to live like her grandmother did. She won't put up with those hardships.
What do you mean?
Well, tell her she has to spin the cloth to make her own clothes.
Oh, I get it. And I'll tell her she has to use goose grease and flour as cosmetics.
Right.
Dip her own candle.
Good.
Make her own soap.
Wonderful.
Do all her own. I'll go in and try the idea on Gracie.
All right, darling. Now try once more. Why, that's wonderful. Mama's so proud of her clever little ducky.
Gracie, can I talk to you a minute?
Yes, dear.
Look, sweetheart, I've changed my mind about this farm business. I've decided that we ought to live just like your grandma and your grandpa
Why,
did.
George, that's marvelous.
Yep. From now on, we'll just work on the farm. No more poker games, no more golf, no more beauty shops.
Oh, I'm so thrilled. What was that last item again, dear?
No more beauty shops.
But, George...
Your grandma never used powder or lipstick or nail polish in her life. And she didn't know what it was to have her hair done.
My, she was a sloppy old girl, wasn't she?
And another thing, you'll have to give up your fur coat. Grandma never had one.
Oh, but, George...
Well, Gracie, you don't need a fur coat to raise cabbages, you know.
But couldn't I sort of do half of each?
What do you mean?
Well, couldn't I raise Brussels sprouts and wear a short fur jacket?
No, Gracie, you're going to live just like your grandma.
But don't forget, Grandma was an older woman.
Well, she was your age once.
Oh, no. As far back as I can remember, she was older than I was.
Well, anyway, it's your choice, Gracie. Either we have a victory garden and live like everybody else, or we have a farm and you live just like your grandma.
Well, all right, George. I know I'll hate myself for it, but I've decided.
Good.
I'll take the farm and live like Grandma did.
Oh, no.
Yes. Goodbye, George. I'm going upstairs to pack.
To pack?
Certainly. Grandma hated the farm. She left for the city when she was 19. Goodbye, George.
Come back, dear. Come back.
Well, you were right all the time, George. We'll just have a sweet little victory garden.
Good. We'll plant some asparagus.
And we'll plant some beets on top of it.
On top of it?
Uh-huh. So when the asparagus starts to come up, it'll tickle the beets on the bottom and they'll come up sooner.
Oh, no.